Rolling recap.
All right, I
Have
knew
fun,
this
Rebel.
was coming.
Nope.
Okay,
2 to
So-
1, baby.
where we last left off, we picked up at the very end of Spirit Oasis, where Carter gave Erwin a present, some alchemy books, where like the main character is a crafter, and he's like, racism doesn't define you. And then we time skipped to 2 weeks later in the middle of lunch. You know, Kino gives us a friendly reminder that, oh man, the theater's almost repaired. We're gonna have to deal with auditions soon. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on at Team Gold's table. Chris shoves Barkley into a table because apparently Barkley insulted Chris. So Toto goes to see Stephanie because he's like, what do I do about these two? Because he's like checked off everyone on his list except for Barkley. While Toto leaves, Juno starts having a seizure on the floor, and therefore Chris goes after Barkley even more. Finn and Quinn take Juno to the nurse. Sully breaks up the fight. After like the three of them have left, Chris announces that Barkley's part of a dark tribe and he like tried to kill him because apparently Juno ate something that was poisoned on Chris's plate. So after we stabilize her and everything, she's chilling if, as far as she can in the nurse's office. While Quinn has to go to politics. We hold a vote of people want to expel Barkley because he just attempted murder. But we ultimately agree that what's a better idea is to hold a trial. So Barkley is currently being held captive by guards, rather in custody. And tomorrow after classes, we will be having a trial. Then we have our lesson and everything. Meanwhile, in the nurse's station, she figures out that Juno has standing stones, which leads to paralysis. She lets Erwin and I think Sully was there. She lets them know, hey, like I can't really do much about this. There is like a flower in one of the guilds that maybe you can find, but it's at like this random oasis, which you may or may not be able to find. So Sully like jogs his memory, talks to Sylvia, and apparently there's these creatures that generally like their venom is very similar to standing stones. So therefore, they're attracted to these oases because the flower helps them like not let their stomach acid eat them from the inside. So Sully does all that figuring out of like, oh man, how are we gonna get the antidote? Toto has a lesson with Stephanie where he touches her Pathfinder book and gets her first lesson. Meanwhile, Quinn does a murder investigation. Okay, this is where things get interesting. We like investigate the cafeteria of like they've cleaned everything up, but we talk to the kitchen staff and she's like, "Are you accusing me of poisoning the food?" We're like, "No, I just want to know what seasoning you put in this that she didn't realize that like it tasted weird." So there's just like a shit ton of salt on the broccoli, and that's why no one noticed it. Fortunately, Barrett gave us the bag of the poisoned food, so now we have that. We can go get it tested. Skipping ahead a little bit, we get it tested by Jux. Yeah, it's the poison that causes standing stone. Jumping back, Erwin helps investigate the tables because the guard already cleaned up and threw away all of the trash and stuff from the cafeteria. And we find a piece of broken glass and a piece of torn fabric. So Toto uses his magic thingy to like touch both of them, and ultimately we come to the conclusion that you can't see a hand pouring the bottle, but when you are like seeing things through the bottle's perspective, you feel a hand holding you. So this brings us to the point of invisibility cloak, which is further confirmed by the fact that Rufus says this fabric is from an invisibility cloak, and the fact that Erwin and Sully found invisibility cloaks in Barkley's bedroom. After dinner, they were helping this dude, Fred, They're helping this dude Fred with his stomach ache. Porter helps him get some Pepto-Bismol, and then they snoop around Barkley's room. Now Barkley's door wasn't closed all of the way, which means that the last person in Barkley's room was likely not him, because Kino testifies that every time he leaves his room, he has to slam the door because it doesn't shut all the way. And in the under Barkley's bed, we find 2 invisibility cloaks. One of them has a tear in it that matches the fabric we have. He also has a chest. We get into the chest. It's got all of his shit. It's got a notebook that we don't know how to read. It has like a rune in it. And yeah, I think that's where we're at. Yeah. I feel like that was overly thorough.
We also have, that weirdo Fred that was maybe
No.
not
Yeah,
actually.
I said Fred.
Yeah.
I mentioned Fred. He needed Pepto-Bismol.
I mean, yeah.
Fred Don't bring Fred into this bullshit.
Stop dragging Fred into a murder mystery.
God. If it was Fred, I'm gonna fight someone.
Why would you? Fred's been through so much with you guys, and how dare you turn on him like this?
Yeah, what the
Exactly.
fuck? Fred's been here since the beginning.
Remember that time that you guys were fighting those surges? Fred was there. Remember that time
we saved Fred.
where
Why
a horde of
turn
like
on him now?
15 people asked to join your team at once? Fred was in that horde. Remember that other time where you turned to the NPCs and said, "Do you all agree?" And they said yes in unison. Now Fred was in that.
Fred was
Why
probably
are you coming
there.
up with excuses for Fred?
What excuses? I'm telling you memories of Fred.
I should have taken a sip while you were saying those. Like, that was a lot for me. Anyways, right. I think we're working on the book? Question mark?
Toto just touched the book and saw Barkley in his full get up writing in it.
Yeah, have we tried lemon juice yet?
Full gimmick, like full get up mask and all, or just writing in it. So we'll start there then. Toto, what do you do after that?
Well, I think Quinn had mentioned bringing everything to an evidence locker.
Oh yeah. No, someone mentioned that, like, I said that the upperclassmen do trials sometimes, so like maybe we can talk to Leanne and be like, hey, is there an evidence locker? Because we don't want anyone tampering with this. So we should go talk to Leanne. And then interrogate Barkley.
Erwin, you see Toto stare at the book intently for a few minutes.
At the book?
And then Toto blinks in sadness, and then everyone's looking at each other.
Wait, what?
You were in the room too.
Oh,
Toto
yeah.
did that in front of everyone.
Sorry.
Everyone's in the room.
My bad. No, James, you said book, and I assumed the Pathfinder book, and I was very confused about where we were.
Journal.
No, we're talking about the journal that lighting it on fire doesn't reveal the invisible ink.
We haven't lit it on fire yet.
Yeah, we haven't done that yet. We should try.
I think we should try lemon juice first.
That won't destroy the evidence at all.
All right, so, what is the party? Do you just bring this up, Quinn? That you want to go talk to Leanne?
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone join?
Yeah.
Quinn.
Let's go. Are you taking any of the evidence with you currently?
Unless you have, unless there's a reason to keep it out of the locker, if we're still going to investigate it, then everything else is going in. So if you'd like to continue to figure out how to read the book, by all means, go ahead.
Out of character, I know how to read the book. In character, I do not have the context clues required to put that together.
Gary wants to put on the record that he knows he's smarter than the person holding the book right now.
Let the record show.
But, anyways. No, I don't think I'll be able to figure that out, but I am simply wondering if you're going to be carrying all of this with you right now. To a locker that may or may not exist.
Yes.
We actually want to parade around the evidence.
Yes.
Thinking about it now, you bring up a reasonable point.
I
So
will
go talk to
stay here with
Leanne.
the evidence. You
Oh,
go
Yeah,
talk to
you-
Leanne.
I'll go talk to Leanne. With no evidence with me, James.
Okay. And everyone else stays there?
Yes, we're watching over the evidence.
You know
All
what?
right.
You can deal with it. Go ahead.
You go.
You
Until
sure
Leanne's
Sully
like,
doesn't want to talk to Leanne?
I'm sure.
why doesn't Sully want to talk to Leanne?
Isn't that why you didn't take that class?
I
Well-
know what I know, and I'm sure of what I'm sure of.
What are you sure of?
Leanne's the killer. You're the only one!
You're the only one! Why would I kill a student? I just shoot you. I can legally get away with it.
No one will care.
No one would stop me, nor care, nor could stop
Especially a first year. You haven't discovered the judicial system yet.
me. Even the
The
first
new
year.
development.
You know how long before it took you guys to realize you can eat lunch?
Were you right? I forgot
Alright.
that when we started there wasn't a lunch.
Alright, so you go to the only place you know where Leanne goes sometimes, is homeroom, or his classroom, rather. You go into there and you don't see Leanne.
Damn.
Instead, you see his tot. Talking
He has
to
a
a
tot?
few second, talking to a small group of second years. Yes, the person who runs the theater club.
Every single teacher has a tot that is like, you know, a personal assistant.
Yeah, but I hadn't made a connection that any of them was Leanne's. It's Mr. Riley here, though.
You're looking for is his name Riley?
That's
Yeah,
that's
Riley's
right.
Mr.
Yeah,
Theater.
yes, it's Riley. Yes, Riley is talking to a group of second years.
All right, let's go up to Riley.
So, anyways, that's about your assignment. You have about a week to complete it. And shoo. Oh, how can I help you?
I was wondering where Professor Leanne might be right now.
Ah, Professor Leanne, the great wise drunk. He's in the bar. Where else would he be? It is off period.
I didn't realize there was a bar here.
Right, first year. Yeah. Most
Mhm.
people don't explore that side of the whatever this place is. He'll give you instructions.
Cool. Before I bother him with his drinking, I figure I may as well ask you first. So I've heard that like the upperclassmen sometimes do trials, and so I was wondering if there may be an evidence locker somewhere to keep things secure so they can't be tampered with.
Well, technically there is for the second years, but seeing how you guys haven't established anything like that because you just started your trial, you would have to either convince the second year to let you use theirs, or actually, and to help you establish one or the other.
All right. It's gonna be fun trying to convince him to do that outside of class period.
It'll be fun to convince him of anything when he's drinking, and he doesn't have to worry about teaching.
All right, time to go to the bar.
All right. You saunter off to the bar. What is Erwin and the rest of the party doing? They're just waiting for Quinn to come back.
Okay. There were 2 cloaks, right?
Yes,
And
that
I
you
only looked
have
at
on
one.
you. Yeah.
Toto fucks
I'm
with the
gonna look at the
cloak.
other one, and then I'm
Okay.
gonna go talk to Barkley
Jesus
before
Christ.
Quinn gets there.
What are you trying to get from this other cloak?
How it was involved in the murder of James. Or whoever touched it, how they were involved, you know.
How did this cloak murder?
These are some
this isn't a
very-
wiki how. What memory
It's
you
a
should have
wiki
pulled
how.
from? What memory you should have pulled from
I
the
am
cloak?
trying to get the people who were involved. It was clearly more than one person involved in this.
So you're trying to say who was wearing the cloak during what time?
I don't think. See, the thing is that we don't know for sure that anybody was wearing it at the time it happened.
So the last person touched the cloak, like after, like before this hour. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, not Sully, because this was the one Sully had on.
That's not Sully. You could do that. I'm fine with that. So memory of someone who hasn't touched the cloak yet. That's not Sully. That has touched the cloak last. Sorry, it's not Sully.
Yeah.
Okay, history check. You can't keep making. I'm gonna Google how do I solve a mystery.
How bad did I do? Hey,
Hey, I'm gonna coin it.
fuck off!
Oh, that's a
-3.
shame.
Oh no!
-3. We owe you 3 coins, James.
Huzzah!
That was almost a 19.
To be fair, I think that's better than all of Toto's history checks last session.
Yes. Yes.
All right. What do you get? What do you get? What do you get? What do you? What do you? You feel. You get an image of being shoved up someone's shirt.
That's nice.
And then that's someone walking.
Titties in this shirt?
And then you hear very muffled is.
We're Minecraft villagers.
That's what you get.
He's a good villager. That's all I could think of.
That's the memory you get.
Well, that led to nothing.
Someone in uniform shoving cloaks up their shirt,
James.
and it was a male.
It was a male.
What's up?
Okay. That was the question I was essentially going to ask.
But I got
They had
shoved up
titties?
around here. Anyway, so that was just as uneventful as the others. I'm gonna go.
Yay, Wolf can't put 2 and 2 together.
Yay. Hey guys, what's up?
Someone use a coin real quick for me.
No.
Okay.
What
I
are
got
you gonna?
James.
Thank you.
We can't.
Okay,
We're not,
continue.
we can't use a coin.
There's
Erwin,
nothing
if
we
I'm
can
gonna
something
roll
falls on you, make
investigation.
me a dexterity saving.
I mean-
No, I have to find.
Yeah,
I have
you're
to
the
find
only
the
one that
bar
can
real
prompt
quick.
us to use coins.
I have to find the bar. Oh no!
Oh no! Better coin. Where do you go next, Toto?
All right, you guys stay here with the evidence. I'm gonna go talk to Barkley before Quinn gets there.
Handing the crafter a murder weapon.
Tell us all this time.
That's racist.
You're handed murderous evidence, Erwin.
Sully, you're aware that I have an alibi at the time, correct?
We don't know that yet. Yeah, I'm just kidding with you. Yeah, I don't think you would go around poisoning people. I think you just stab them.
Well, like your
Erwin is
weird
definitely
bone
the
thing.
stabbing type.
No.
But he's
Why does everyone just started saying that after that exam?
Well,
And
you know,
To be fair, you could also throw bone darts at them.
maybe he could coat poison on those.
No, but they're very obvious, so it's obviously he didn't do it. Maybe I could have done it. No, I can't hit anything.
Again, I'm fairly certain you were all at the table. I was kind of having a conversation with all of you when this happened.
What if
Well,
it's Quinn?
Yeah,
Quinn was
that's
also
an
there.
alibi with Sully, but you
No,
know,
Quinn
I was
left.
No.
was I was kind of not there.
Were you not there?
Total. Sorry.
During the actual
Total.
seizure, I was not there.
Toto was not there. Toto was there during the fight, which is when the poison was planted, presumably. But
Yeah,
not
so I
during
know.
the actual seizure.
But the thing is that this was clearly not a single person doing it, or at least
Yes,
this
it's
person had
extremely clear for people who have visions.
But it's also not. Because the person who has visions can't get the right trigger word. And also, we can't roll above a 10.
Yeah. And the one time I did, James coined it.
Every time you do, I coin it.
Well, now you don't have coins, so fuck off.
The session's still young, and you go off to go find Barkley. Does anyone else join Toto, or what do you guys do? The other two.
What can we do in this situation? There's not much for us to do. You know, we need to watch the evidence.
Yeah, we're just kind of watching the evidence, and I guess.
Intently. Where'd you put the mask and stuff, by the way?
They're probably in the chest, because like I feel like that's just the most secure place we could put them.
You guys see like a blinking silhouette of where Porter was, and you see the bar here ruffling around in Barkley's room.
Oh God.
Porter, what exactly are you doing in there?
I'm breathing this thing. It's so gross. Oh, it smells like mothballs.
Porter, I believe you should take that off. I'm not quite sure what it does.
Everything's like purple. Ooh, it looks cool.
He was wearing the mask while writing the book.
Yeah.
This is a true science.
The mask sees purple. It's something. You know?
Oh my God.
Maybe he could be wearing the mask in order to be able to read the journal. You never know.
It's something.
It's something.
Something. Wow, Wolf.
What did I do? I'm
I'm fine. I just like that you were like, yeah, it's so elegantly got you climaxed to it's something.
It doesn't matter that 30 seconds later you kind of came to the right conclusion, but like, it's something.
I'm not laughing at your conclusion. I'm laughing at you were like, it sees purple. He's reading the book and he sees purple. It's something. Congratulations. All right.
Oh my God.
James, thank you for throwing the hint at him.
Oh God, technically Toto's not here, so
yeah.
Wolf heard the hint. Toto already walked off.
Erwin, do you have the pieces now?
Just because it's purple, that doesn't mean anything. This is like the one James made me coin on my on my check earlier to identify what this thing was. So
and he'll like, oh, it's gross, plague wing, gross, and he'll put it back in there and leave the room.
I don't suppose I could do another check on that.
Yeah, you also heard him say plague wing, but yeah, go ahead and make me another identify check.
Gross what?
Plague wing.
Plague wing?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. No idea what that is.
You can make an identify check. There you go.
Yeah, sorry. What was up?
I don't have any coins, damn it. Here's
Sorry,
you
I haven't gotten to roll anything yet.
You want to coin that, everyone?
No, I rolled a 10. I'm alright with that. Odds are I'd get lower.
You realize as you go back, you open the door again as he takes off the mask, and you see that you study it again, and as you look inside the mask, you do see that there are purple lenses on it, which doesn't seem to be something you would want, especially if your job is to be precise in like attacking things like that.
Precise at night.
Yeah.
Purple lenses aren't like my first choice if I'm thinking about that.
And you start messing around with it, wondering why would someone do that. Then you mess with the lenses a bit, and you see that you can like turn them, and they seem to cycle to a different to this clear.
So there's different lenses in here. Everyone's gonna start messing around with the lenses and just seeing if he can discern what they're for.
You're you looking through them?
Yes.
When you switch back and forth, you see that there's something written in the inside of the box, like on the chest when you open it up, written on it, and sort of like it's just a word that says plague wing.
Is that on the purple lens?
Yes.
Okay.
And you see nothing when you switch to normal lenses.
/ take off the mask and look at it with my own eyes.
Yes.
I think Erwin now has the context clues to put 2 and 2 together.
It's something!
It's something, baby!
Okay. I can't believe that's what you guys make a joke out of.
Alright, so what do you do as you see Erwin staring at a box? What?
I heard nothing.
I heard
Yeah, I
He
heard
just
something
started
very
doing
flower.
cornered.
You okay there? You okay there, dog?
No.
No.
No, he isn't.
It's something. No, I'm asking what is Sully doing?
Is this something bad?
I'm just gonna watch him. You know what? Screw it.
Alright. What is your next play then, Erwin?
My next play, James, is book.
Alright. Do you open to the front page?
Yeah, but, you know, I gotta try and read some passages from this thing. We're better to start than from the beginning.
Alright, that weird rune page does not change. It's still weird.
Still a weird rune. Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Still don't know what
names.
that means.
And then when you turn over, it says whoever tore this mask off of me, congratulations. Here's what I did. Hope you enjoy.
Oh,
Oh.
it's a confession.
Oh.
Oh.
Probably not to this crime, but it's a confession.
Bring up. Well, this crime isn't in the confessional, so he couldn't have done it. Yeah, because he didn't have time to, dipshit.
Do you keep going?
I'll keep looking. I might not read into every detail of these. I might just try and get like a brief summary of the events of what exactly are going
Investigation.
on, if it's just a bunch of different cases at hand. Oof, not the
now we gotta coin it.
best of
You get a gist that
investigation
this is
rolls.
probably some type of journal. I actually want a coin. Do you want a coin?
Yeah, I'll coin it. Fuck it.
Alright.
I'll probably roll higher than a 4.
Thank you. Now I can harass Toto.
I didn't roll higher than a 4.
You somehow rolled worse.
You read the first page and it sounds like a journal entry, and he's describing what looks to be his first kill. Who the target was, how much the job was for, and how he performed it, and personal notes along the way. And you simply start to skim, and you get a rough idea that's probably what this book is about. It's just all of his killings.
I know what this is. This is a journal. I've read these before in the library.
That sounds so stupid.
That's what you get from your general skim through it.
Well, I know one thing for sure. For certain. It seems Barkley wasn't lying. but there's probably something else to this, but I don't know what I'd be looking for.
Sully.
Man, I don't know what to think about this.
You just stay silent.
Yeah, I don't know. I can help much. I'm not much of a detective.
You can still talk to Erwin.
Do you think they're going to try and prosecute him based off of his previous crimes and not this one?
I would have to say that would be odd for this current circumstance. I don't believe we'd be able to defend him for that. Because
Yeah.
I believe it's fairly obvious that he has committed these crimes.
Hopefully the court's not stacked against us on this one, then.
All right. So, cutting away. Quinn,
Mm-hmm.
you follow the instructions, and you find yourself into what you thought were a classroom. All these doors all these doorways are closed and have numbers on it, so you have no idea what it leads until you open the door. You open one door up, and you're met in a small bar. The table seems to be a majority second years in here, talking, drinking. Whether they can or cannot drink, who knows? You don't know what kingdom they're from. And then you look over, you do see, like, actually on table 2, you see Court is talking to Chris.
Oh, Chris is here. That's another person I kind of need to talk to.
You see at the bar, just coasting with a bottle, is Leanne,
Mm-hmm.
humming to himself by the looks of it.
All right, let's go talk to Leanne first.
Ah, yes, the prince, the great prince. What can I do for you as you interrupt my only break of the day?
Well, I hope I'll be quick with this, but I was wondering if we could get an evidence locker set up for the trial.
That requires you to have such procedure set up in advance, Prince. You guys were quite rushed with the process of the class today.
Is there a form we have to fill out, or?
Heavens no. What do you think I am? Boring? I just think it's funny, the fact that you didn't think about it. I could just leave you screwed over. Hope that there's no indecent people in your class. I assure you there's none of them. Or hopefully the one that is indecent's already locked up.
Or you could have mercy on us.
Mercy. Now, I don't understand what mercy has to do with any of this.
Or take pity. That's
Pity.
more accurate here.
You're trying to appeal to my need for power to rise above you weaklings and see myself as a king amongst idiots. Too bad. That's why I have the throne installed.
In fact, what you
Prince.
are.
Exactly. I think I have the throne installed. I don't need more of that. I get that already, just staring at you. How dumb you are. And you're meant to be royalty.
Oh, damn.
So, are you saying we have to wait until Thursday to get that procedure set up, or is there any way I can work around it?
Tell me, Prince, who do you trust amongst your friends? I've never really asked you. You're one of the few people that speak the most in my class, but never have a one-on-one with the professor afterwards. It really breaks my heart to its very core.
You want a top list? Probably Juno for one, then Erwin, then Toto, then Court, then Sully.
Damn. That was cold.
I'm sorry, Sully. Sully, you're kind of bipolar, okay?
97%.
Is Mob Psycho about to come out?
God, I almost spit up some Dr. Pepper.
See, I like Leanne because I.
Oh wait, I know what he's saying. 97%. God, that's a callback. 97% Christopher Robbins. So, an interesting list full of people. He stops himself for saying something. All right. I hope the best for you when it comes to that. Then, evidence. I suppose I can give it to the guard station where they confiscate items from students when they're being arrested.
Oh, so the guards also confiscate. That is good to know.
We confiscate when we're asked. The guards do everything. Whatever the student council asks them. Just as how a hierarchy, council, or a king can tell their knights to do whatever the hell they want them to do.
Fair. I'm just not used to being the person with that power.
He looks at you and just shakes his head. And I'm sorry, you're Prince Quincy, correct?
Prince, not king.
Yes, but a prince tends to have a lot more power than a peasant or someone of my stature who doesn't have a title.
To be fair, in the situation of a school, you have the title of professor, which is...
Not professor. I have the title of Master of Politics, Assassination, and Finance, I'll have you know.
Oh, fuck, I forgot he has a whole ass title.
Maybe you should also try and get him to
Pardon
testify
me,
in court about how much of a shit job this assassination attempt was.
Yeah.
He is, after
Like,
all,
this is unbecoming of somebody of, a dark tribe stature.
Then perhaps you'd like to testify in court as to how low par this assassination attempt was.
Oh, it's pretty disgusting. I've done better jobs even when all I had was like a half-broken bow and a dull arrow tip.
Fair, at least you can hit the right target.
I never said I hit the right target, but it ends up
Oh,
collateral.
God.
God.
Oh, God. I like Leanne less now.
Hey, don't worry. They didn't die. They just were screaming for a little bit.
And they died.
And you said this was a good assassination?
I got paid.
Fair enough.
I never used the word good, I said better.
A better assassination attempt is when you get paid. A bad assassination attempt is when you don't get paid.
Understandable.
But either way, this is pretty bad because the target didn't get killed. A lot of evidence was left over. The supposed killer was captured, and for some reason you're trying to defend him. Don't know why, but pretty sloppy, especially if he's going to be some big, overarching dog tribe. They tend to be, I don't know, a little bit better, saying that they raise their kids with the whole society of murder.
Which is why it stands out that this was such a subpar attempt.
Or it could be lack of resources. Oh, sorry, I'm arguing for the defense already.
And now you see why I'm on the defense's side.
Not defense, he meant prosecution. He said there could be lack of resources.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why it was poor, because he didn't have anything else to do.
Yeah. And the reason we're in search of an evidence locker is because we have evidence that might point towards the other side.
And you think that someone would tamper with evidence if you just openly left it out?
I'd say I'd rather be safe than sorry.
So you're saying you don't trust certain people in this school? Wise choice. Who don't you trust, Prince?
I find it best not to name names of those who I don't trust, especially if there's a chance that they still trust me, then by calling them out, it deteriorates their faith in me in return.
Leaving your allegiances always on the wayside is good, but it's not like you and your team have done a good job staying neutral. I can think of a lot more students, especially one particular team, who's done a great job keeping into the shadows. Your team, however, has to start the classic, mind you, classic wood versus iron sort of team thing going on. I'm not sure why it keeps happening.
So I've heard.
Something about people who love to bring everyone together versus people that love to drive and go toward their goals always creates conflict.
Because it seems that one prioritizes the individual or the end goal rather than the path getting there. Now, which is correct fully depends upon the actual situation at hand.
Yes, but everyone has to have their own differences, their own different ways of doing things. This makes us really fun to deal with. The way I like to approach a topic and an argument as a disagreement is much different than my counterpart Ian, who seems to be a Neanderthal who's been given too many weapons.
It's fair.
That lovable scamp he is, trying to kill people. But I digress. You've entertained me enough. So what time is it? Okay, about an hour. Go to the guards. I'll be there. We can submit whatever evidence you have by then. But you only have an hour, so have fun with it.
An hour? Alright. That's seeing as I believe we have most of the evidence we need. Or at least that we're going to find.
Good luck.
So now I can go try to talk to Quit. Go talk to
Quinn?
Chris.
I try to talk to Quinn.
Hello,
I
Quinn.
don't know.
Oh.
I'm talking to the man in
97%.
the middle, in the mirror. I'm seeing if it changes ways. All right, you talking to Court?
Chris in court, yeah.
You see, Chris seems to be. Court seems to be more listening, which not like she can talk. But just listening to Chris going a rant. But when they see you approach, he seems to stop, almost on the spot, and just look at you. There's a lot of anger in his eyes, a lot of emotions. It's like he's either on the verge of crying or has cried recently.
I'm sorry if I caught you at a bad time, but I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the events of earlier today.
And why do I want to talk to someone who's trying to defend a killer?
Because I like to think of it as not trying to defend him, but find out the truth behind what happened.
The truth behind that he poisoned your sister?
The truth behind that he attempted to poison you.
Deflecting. What do you want?
What was happening before you shoved him and before the poison was theoretically put in?
He's been bothering me for a while now. Probably trying to keep my mouth shut over the horrific shit he's done in the past. He was trying to talk. I didn't want to hear it. I wanted to enjoy a meal with my team. He got too close, put his hand on my shoulder, and I don't want a filthy, murderous hand on my shoulder. So I shoved him.
Right, so he was just trying to keep you quiet about his past?
I don't know. He said he wanted to talk something, clear the air.
Had you had any prior conflicts with him, or?
He looks at you. I'm surprised that a little Toto didn't tell you. Supposed to be a team or something? During Oasis. I was yelling at it then. That's when I found out. Toto was trying to get in between, step up for him. And I called it off for now. Because the guy seems pretty nice, but Hopefully now you guys will get some sense about you when you find out how murderous this bastard is.
Right. And did you believe he had any inside information about actions of your past or some other topic he might have wanted to talk to you about other than keeping his past a secret?
Well, the fact that he murdered my would be, I guess, my master, the one who trained me, close thing I had to a father figure, and completely destroyed what a little family I had. Yeah, I can say he had some insight.
And would you mind me asking how long ago that was?
About a year ago.
Yeah. So, James, that'd be what, 6 months before Academy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. A year ago. And you haven't, nothing came up about this before Spirit Oasis?
No, because I didn't find out till Spirit Oasis. I knew his face was familiar. He always had that damn plague mask on when we were fighting. But his hair, I knew by his hair and his bird.
Alright. I'm sorry, I'll let you get back to your conversation. I don't have anything else for you at the moment, but
You're
I
on the
hope to
wrong
see-
side, Quinn.
I hope to see you in court tomorrow. I just want whatever truly happened to be declared. If he did it, then so be it. But if he's innocent, then I want that clarified.
He's nothing but innocent. Sorry, he's anything but innocent.
Guilty.
I'm gonna say anything but innocent.
Okay. And that's what a lot of people believe. So I'll leave you to it.
Just
We'll walk
more
off.
anger, which is very shocking because Chris is usually the most rational and open-minded, loving guy of Team Gold.
Sure, buddy. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick.
He was watch the episodes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm cutting away. Toto, you go to the dungeon.
To the dungeons we go.
You head to the stairs, lead down to it, and then you're met at a checkpoint where a guard will stop you. Business?
I'm here to speak with Barkley,
Name?
Hatoto Planeswalker.
Year?
First year.
No, this is your case. Go ahead.
Alright, James, let's go.
You let down a series of cells. They look pretty clean. They look like they haven't been used recently. And then when you get toward the end, the last cell, you see Barkley sitting on the floor. He seems to have sort of manacles. Sorry, he seems to be chained up, chains that link to the floor and attached to his wrist. And he's sort of just staring up. Above him is like light pouring in. The look seems to actually not light pouring in. Actually, where are we at? No, there's no light pouring in. He just looks up at a ceiling.
Not the most, well, appealing of situations, I guess.
He doesn't say anything.
In a different situation, I might have liked to see you tied up like that, but Barkley, we need to talk about tomorrow.
He doesn't respond.
I'm gonna, like, kneel in front of the bars. We found quite a bit of evidence. And there was more than one person involved, I'm pretty sure.
Makes sense. Most people on a dark tribe don't work alone. Always have someone else, a scout, a watch. There's always their pet too.
Can you come here? You know, as close as you can get.
Why?
I think you very much know why.
You already saw. You know already.
I know about Chris, and I know what happened that day. But I don't know everything, Barkley. And I have to be sure for myself, and I have to be sure for Quinn's sake.
Why do you have to be so sure, Toto? No matter what you see, I'm still a dark tribe. I'm still a murderer.
Yeah? That's not something easy to erase or escape. But these past few months, it's been kind of hard to imagine you as anything but the loving, caring guy that we voted in as our leader, because he was the one to sit outside in the hallway and talk to everybody to get their nerves down about starting this stupid school. It's hard to see that as just anything more than a facade.
The best way to get to a target is to make them think you're someone else. You'll be surprised how many people you know that don't show you who they really are, what they really look like, how they really act, because they're trying to get something out of you. Even that very thing is your soul. Playing an act is not something that is difficult for me. You should know, becoming from the tribes. We're always taught to put on acts for our stories and things like that. Put on a smile, entertain the masses. Dark tribes just use that entertainment for different ways, different methods.
Right. But I think I've slowly started to come to the conclusion that even if the Barkley we knew was just a facade, that's why I have to know for sure, Barkley. I want to know that it's okay. That it's okay that that was a facade. That even that you were pretending, it's because you wanted to. You wanted to be like that. It wasn't just some act that you were putting on to get closer to a professor or even the goddamn headmaster himself. I want to be sure, Barkley.
Ability battle.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
What are you using?
Okay. Okay. So now
Raw
I have
talent, no balls.
You're all talent.
raw talent, no balls.
We're all talent.
Raw talent, no balls.
You'll work one of these days.
Yeah, this day. That's what I'm using in court, James.
Please.
My raw talent as a lawyer will tell you otherwise.
That'll make Garrett's editing so much easier for that.
For real.
I use raw talent.
That would be so much easier.
And then
Oh,
you do the
God.
defeated one.
We find Barkley guilty.
Damn.
Okay. So I will be using Sweet Talk, Straight Talk, and Fortress.
You sound like Quinn right now.
I
Stop.
do. But these are the ones that make the most sense, so that's what we're going with.
All right.
Um,
Barkley's gonna use abilities too. Actually, is he?
I just okay. Question now though, like
Yeah.
oh,
What's
I have
up?
these written down. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure what my charisma was because I get to add that as either penalty or
You're trying to see if Barkley likes you.
yeah.
Negative. Hold on.
Barkley fucking despises you.
He hates me right
you.
now.
He goddamn hates you.
He's planning my murder in his head currently.
He's like, if I get out of the cell, Toto's fucking
Gotta
next.
strangle Toto. Okay.
I didn't commit this murder, but I'm about to commit one.
I didn't go for Chris, but you know.
We find Barkley innocent. Great. Let me out of these chains. Bart Simpson, me of him getting strangled.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. Barkley gets back in the chains. All right. Yeah, he'll like you. You can add your dice.
I'll teach you to call me
Yay.
innocent.
Okay.
Call me innocent.
So
You
let me
bastard.
keep track of everything that's going on.
All right. He's going to add himself. A little bit of a little spicy.
So we have +2 +1 d10.
Actually, yeah, let me go ahead and look at this real quick. That NPCs Team Wood Barkley.
Get a +3, so that's up to +5.
Oh, that's kind of hella pogger.
And then Fortress.
All right. He's gonna give you a -5.
Okay, -3 from Fortress.
And he's going to use that ability, and he's going to also use that ability. So I'm going to give him a total of a plus 14.
Okay, so I have +3 +1 d10.
Is that all you're going to use? You're going to add a modifier?
Yeah, Persuasion. So +6. So now I'm at +9 +1 d10.
All right. You ready?
I think that's all I can add. I'm just okay. I don't like these streams.
You ready?
1d20 +9 +1 d10. All right, I think so.
Okay. God.
I don't know what to do about this.
Whoa.
I feel I'm going to use a coin, but who the fuck do I use it on?
Probably you.
All right, let's fucking do this again.
Time to nat 1. That's not a nat 1.
No, it's not. That sadly beats me, I think.
Yeah, that beats you pretty hard, I think.
29 to 20.
Do I want to coin
Let's do the
back?
math on that real quick.
Do you want to coin Barkley?
No, because of a backup plan. All right, so.
No, because this is not my final stand.
This is merely a battle, not the war. All right, Barkley will simply put his head down, and after a bit, he'll get up and move close to you, so you can stick your hand through the bars and touch him.
All right.
What are you looking for? And if you ask me a question, I swear to God,
I'm going to literally.
if you wiki how this one more time,
Is this what you use your coin on, James?
I will delete.
Yes,
the
this is what he uses his coin
What
on.
are you talking about?
I nat 20 and he coins me.
If you nat 20, I won't coin you. I'll say that right now.
Okay.
I will not coin you if you're nat 20. Because I have so much confidence you're not going to nat 20.
I have a lot of confidence I'm not gonna nat 20. I have so much confidence that roll 20 hates me that much.
What's your question?
All right.
What are you looking for, rather?
Okay, so this
Looking for the last time Barkley
How
fucked.
do I
Got it.
spell
Roll.
this mystery?
No, no, James, I don't want to know that. Because I already, he doesn't have to have been the one to have poured the poison in order to have been involved in the plan. But this isn't WikiHow, so I can't exactly ask a question. For
Was he the murderer, James?
You could possibly ask, has Barkley touched that specific vial of poison? Has he come into contact with it at all? Look for if he has even
That's
made
not
it.
recalling
This
a
isn't
memory.
WikiHow.
You have to. The
last-
phrasing of that
The
question
last
would
time
be.
he,
Okay, fine. I want the recollection of him creating that poison if he
Yeah.
has even made that poison.
the last time he came
That's
in
still
contact
WikiHow.
with,
Also,
the last
let's
time
just
he came in contact with Standing Stones.
That's fair. That's a good one.
That's WikiHow.
No, that's a good one. Last thing contact with Standing Stones is a good one because he said he's used it before.
Yeah, he has said that he used.
Saying has he touched the vial that was used to murder, that used to possibly poison and kill Chris is a WikiHow question.
No, the last time that he ever planned a murder, because that will involve whether he was involved in the planning of Chris's murder at all. If you like, the last time he ever planned to poison someone.
But my question was, when was the last time
mean,
he used a vial of
elsewhere.
Standing Stone poison?
Because
Except for
That's also
Toto.
a good one.
yeah, because then because if I do that one, then it will be like, oh, did he help to plan to poison Chris? So I'm going to look for the last time he ever planned to poison someone, James.
All right, make a history check.
Here we go. I am sad. You coining it? I am sad now.
Oh, perfect.
I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate you, and I hate this stupid coining. I wanted my 20. That's exactly James's face right now. That's exactly what James is doing right now, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate this. I hate. I had a 20.
Oh. All right. I'll be nice. Roll it one more time, please. I forgot to tell you you had advantage. Thank you. All right. So, what'd you get?
I fucking hate roll 20. Roll 20. Why? I blame roll 20 for this. Fucking blame roll 20.
So, last time he planned a murder was when he looked at you and he was like, I really want to kill Toto right now.
Yeah.
He thought about wrapping the chains around you and just. All right. So, all you get. You get a room. You get a void of darkness, and all there's a table. And then appearing from the shadows is a set of hands placing on the table. So how are we gonna do this? You hear the voice say. And then you see Barkley come in. Or rather you hear his voice comes in as he puts his hands on the table. Quick and easy. The poison goes in. We finish the job if things get too messy. And he ends up dead by the end of it all. You sure you want to do this? He seems like a nice guy. When does that ever stop me before? That's what you get.
I am off my game. And yeah, I do say that. Like, I'm just off my game.
He moves away from you.
We're on your game.
Like I said, doesn't change anything.
Why did you come to MEAGM?
I don't know. Saw a way in.
So you just left your dark tribe to join a school on a whim?
Guess it was a whim. Some rich noble heard some horror stories, got too scared. I happened to know he was leaving. Had some connections. Slipped in, posed as him. Got past the initial trial, and now I'm here.
Is this place an escape?
No. There's no escaping.
So you didn't come here to avoid the dark tribes?
Didn't say avoid. I didn't say that.
Did you come here to seek change?
Like I said, Toto, I don't know why I came here. It was a whim. I came here because I don't know. Something happened. Something hit me hard, and now I'm here.
Guess we're in the same boat then.
Yeah, except there's no blood on your hands.
I've been coming to realize that, even if it doesn't feel like it.
There's a difference between feeling guilty that you think you killed someone, or feeling guilty that you played some small part in actively watching the life leave their eyes. Behind your mask, smiling, enjoying it, reaping the rewards from it, using corpses as money bags, sowing your own fortune off of the dead souls you leave behind.
Yeah, I can't say that I know anything close to that. Or can relate to anything close to that. Know how that feels. And honestly, I wouldn't know how people would look at you. I don't know the feeling of somebody glaring down your back thinking that's a dark tribe. They're a murderer. They're only here to kill someone. They're only here for the money. They're only here. Just avoid them. Turn your back on them. They don't deserve it. I don't know that. I can't know that. But what I do know is I know you, Barkley. Or at least some little part of you, or a part of you that you want to be true. The Barkley that we've seen here at school. The Barkley that we voted in as our leader. And you know, even knowing that you're from a dark tribe, I like you. I like that. I like talking to you. I like sitting down and sharing stories, and I don't know. I enjoy it. I like you. I you, you've been going against everything that I was raised for. And you know, I think that's what counts. I think that if you went to anybody else in Team Wood and you asked them to tell what they think about you, they would say the same thing. Because they've actually sat down and talked to you. Those are the people that matter. Those are going to be the judges that matter. There are two in life that really, truly matter. The people that sit down and get to know you, not judging you for what you are or what you might, for what you've done. The people that want to hear your story and know that you've tried. Those matter. And the most important one of all is going to be you. You're your own judge. But you're really fucking biased. I'm gonna tell you that, Barkley. You're really biased against yourself because that guilt is going to stay. It's not going to be an easy thing to overcome, but you have to be able to give yourself a chance to.
You talk about you know me. You don't even know my real name.
Well, that would be a start, huh?
What's the point of knowing someone if they're about to leave tomorrow?
We're defending you. We have quite a bit of evidence stacked that it wasn't you, but we don't know who it actually was.
And you think that anyone's going to believe you? You think Team Gold is going to stand by and let you defend me? You think Team Irons are going to jump on the opportunity to destroy Team Wood again? You think Glass is going to just accept the fact that someone who's a known killer is going to just stay on the school? You're dragging the team through the dirt. You're ruining your names. You're ruining the goal, the point of this place. For what? A murderer?
It's sometimes hard to remember, but, you know, I've gotten real tired of the bullshit about team names and teams and only doing this for some political gain in this stupid school, because I'm not defending the team here. I'm defending you. And I have faith in the thought that even if that was just a facade, that's what you want. That you actually do care about everybody on this team. That's what I'm holding on to. And that's why I'm willing to drag myself through the dirt for this, for defending you. And Quinn needs this too. This is for you and for Quinn, whose sister is lying in a bed, slowly dying. She needs justice. And Quinn needs that closure of who did it and the right person being punished. Yeah, you've got some work making up for what you've done in your life. But that's not what you're on trial for.
I don't know what to tell you, Zeta. It's easy to say words. It's easy to think there's another side to things. I'm who I am. I called myself Plague Wing. I go around. I poison people. I use that exact concoction, actually. Probably what got me my name. I'm a poisoneer that likes to watch people slowly die, paralyzed, before I deal the killing blow. I'm a murderer. I'm a poisoner. And now I'm standing trial for almost poisoning Chris and actually poisoning Juno's sister. A fitting way to go out.
Give yourself a chance, Barkley, please. Testify for yourself at the trial. Help yourself, please. I know you didn't do it.
I tried to help myself. Maybe this is nature telling me that I shouldn't have.
I'm seriously begging you. Somebody actually did this. Somebody tried to poison Chris and got Juno instead. She is collateral damage. She didn't deserve this, and neither did Chris, and you know it. You never would have poisoned him. You were trying to make amends with him, weren't you?
However, poison. If what you're saying is true, let's play around with this idea that there is someone else that's not me who poisoned Juno. Even if they were trying to replicate me, that was all they were trying to do is replicate me. Whatever they hadn't had enough access to supplies to kill someone, they made it lethal enough so that it could be seen as an assassination attempt, but they could have made it far more lethal. They could have injected it at a better time so that if poison didn't take over, it actually would kill. It can actually go in and get the kill if they needed to. Instead, they did it in a crowded area where everyone was watching and left no room to finish a job or for escape. Very sloppy, but very ingenious if you wanted to put on a show. Even if it meant accidentally killing someone in the process. And with that amount of toxin that went through Juno's body, I can probably say that they were expecting someone much bigger and tougher to be taking on that poison.
Yeah.
That'd be very interesting too. Wonder how they found out about me and Chris. Wasn't like I said anything.
Yeah, well, as we've seen with Porter, there are some people here with connections that they don't want others to see. Connections from the school to the outside.
If you're talking about the snake, he has limited connections, mainly in the warriors' territory.
But even still, we know that that kind of thing can exist. So, have you recognized anybody else at the school? Somebody you might have known?
When you travel around, you make your rounds, you hear things, familiar things. Especially when you're going to underground taverns. You tend to see the same faces, making different deals, but you don't look at faces, you don't memorize them. They're either wearing masks, using magic, or they're just good at blending in. You don't want to hunt down your own people, that's how you get yourself killed. But there was something off-putting. Heard it on the first day of school. A song, music. Song I'd always hear sometimes in those underground taverns. Same person playing it. Sounded the exact same. Someone who's used to being in the darkness. They're enjoying themselves.
There's only a couple of people who were playing music on the first day.
I can't remember when it happened, but I've been hearing it lately. But almost half the people at the school know how to play instruments.
If you heard it again, can when Quinn gets down here, you're gonna have to write down the song. Quinn and I would be able to pick up on it, recognize it.
I think I know music.
Could you hum it?
I try to.
Well, if that's as good as we're gonna get, it's a lead.
Whatever.
Thank you, Barkley.
Doesn't respond.
Yay!
He's going
Sorry,
to prison
I'm
now.
happy.
What'd you say now?
He's going to prison.
No.
Never see him again.
Quinn, where are you going next?
We're gonna go back to where the evidence is located.
All right. You see Erwin holding the mask in the book and talking to Sully.
Did you figure anything out about the book?
Actually, yes.
No.
Turns out, you can read it with the mask.
Do you mind if I try?
I don't see why not.
Alright.
Hand over the mask, have it set to the right lenses.
And you learn that Quinn's illiterate.
I can't
Fuck.
read! Wait, how have I gotten by in life?
For real though.
Sorry, the language
Oh.
itself is actually yeah, the language itself
Oh, what was the language?
Oh.
Gab. Actually, what's the language do you speak, Erwin?
Gab, Voss, and comments.
Yeah, he is in Gab. What
was just in
Erwin?
Gab?
What
Okay.
with Erwin Red was in Gab.
Okay, what I read was in Gab at the very least.
Okay. So the start of the book's in Gab.
Yeah. So you look at it. Look at the first couple pages. It looks like it's in Gab.
Okay.
Do you also look over the book?
Yes. Except I have specific things I'm looking for, James.
What are you looking for?
Are there like dates on any of the pages?
A few of them do.
So we're gonna try to approximate an entry that was like a year ago.
Investigation.
Like we're looking for the Chris incident. Okay.
All right. As you're going through the book, you do see that it slowly starts incorporating more Griff.
Interesting. It's a good thing I read Griff.
So the point where you're
Really
looking
scared
for,
you'd say Voss.
nearing the end of it, you realize that the entire book's in Griff now. They're no longer using Gab.
James, what's the context of the language Griff? Because it's been so long since I've looked at that document.
It's the underbelly language. It's basically the language for like thieves and things like that.
It's a sketchy language. Got it.
It's basically very heavy slang.
Cool. But do I find what I'm looking for?
You see that it's a mission. To kill off some, I don't know, traitor is basically how it's saying. It's like some traitor pays decent amount of marks. He's running the job with Gopher. That's his partner. I can't figure out why the guys want it though. Seems like a decent trader, not too much marks. Seems like it's more money than it's more trouble than it's worth paying a Dark Tribe to deal with him. But marks is marks. He's gonna set up the kill. He already is diverting the guy's trading route. Simple poison, take him out, and he's going to use Kalu, his bird, to back him up with some standing stone poison if things get messy. Heard that he has some strong princes on his side.
So it sounds like he writes about his plans before he goes through with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there an entry after the fact?
After the fact, you see a mixture of Gab being said again and Griff, and it starts devolving. It's no longer plans or like diet or entries or explaining the kill, explaining after the kill like you've been reading before. It turns into hysteria is the best way to describe it. The next page after this mark is they're after me. They're after Gopher, and they killed Rags. They're going to kill me next.
One sec, James. Can I skip to the end of the book? Or like the last entry?
The last entry.
You said they killed Rags?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the word monster repeatedly written, and then repeatedly written in different fonts, different sizes, scribbled everywhere. And then in the center, it says unforgivable.
God, I was hoping he hadn't devolved into chaos, so I could use this as like he didn't plan the murder, so therefore he didn't do it. Fuck. Well, I definitely have I've expanded my list of questions for Barkley now. But in probably about half an hour now, we have to meet Leanne at the guard station to turn over everything to evidence.
Well, then, do you think that there's anything else here that we need to examine before that time?
Did you manage to get anything more out of the invisibility cloaks?
We didn't really try anything with him.
By you, I'm assuming you mean Toto.
Yes, but he doesn't seem to be here, so.
I don't believe we were able to get anything out of it. Other than that, one was smuggled in a shirt, but that doesn't give us much.
Smuggled in a shirt.
And it's not like that's admittable evidence.
True. I'm not enjoying the fact that most of our evidence is just from Toto's powers and nothing provable right now. It's all circumstantial.
We need to get some sort of lead, at least from his powers.
Yeah.
I figured that he'd be able to give us something to go off of, but it hasn't been returning much.
Gee, shit.
We also have to point out that we can't offer up a potential persecutor for this poisoning, then
Yes.
we're going to be even in dire straits.
We can say all we want that it was someone else or that he had an accomplice, but if we don't have a name for it or any substantial lead on who that may be, my argument tomorrow is going to be that he had an accomplice. That's the best I can do right now.
That could easily get thrown in our face, though. Even if they do they decide that you can be correct in that, they could try and plant an accomplice.
Yes, it still implies that Barkley himself was involved.
Not even just that. They could throw someone else under the bus. Well, metaphorically speaking.
The King Blub.
The King Blub, sorry. Modern slang.
We've far beyond modern slang when Rebel kept saying evidence locker.
I'm sorry, I don't know another term for it.
There wouldn't really be another term.
Exactly. I just know somewhere secure. And I didn't want to keep saying that. I was like, evidence locker is a better term here. Put someone else's head under the guillotine.
Jesus Christ.
Someone else on the chopping block.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah.
I was fine with King Blub. They're just massive creatures, like a bus. Keep going.
There's also the argument that he's only guilty of being reckless and leaving his stuff out so someone else could use it. I don't know what the formal term for that would be, but...
Do you think Barkley had that poison on him?
I'm saying we found it in his room, and his room wasn't closed all the way.
We didn't find it in his room.
I would like to at least
I mean, we found other poisons in his room.
Those vials are all empty.
Oh. I thought the vials had stuff in them, sorry.
No, they're all empty.
Okay, I missed that.
I would like to point out, Quinn, Juck said that this poison was amateur work, and if what Toto has said about the Dark Tribes is true, why would he settle for anything less than professional?
Exactly. That's the main point.
That this is a setup, that Barkley's being set up, or else this is going to be very, very bad for all of us, especially you. Team Iron could warp it into that he had an accomplice, and that accomplice is you, and your sister got caught in the crossfire.
An accomplice argument will most likely end poorly. Especially if we don't have anywhere to point who the accomplice would be.
And I believe a setup argument is also difficult because we don't have anywhere to point who he's set up by. That's the problem. We don't have anything that points to someone. We just have things that point to someone in the general term.
For now, let's prove without a doubt that he's innocent and leave the true culprit up in the air.
The involvement of these cloaks, actually. The fact
If we
that
can find the third cloak, then we find out who it was, but...
No, the fact that they even were planted here. It's strange. There's something deeper to this that we haven't figured out yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because, in all actuality, no one should know these cloaks exist. And if no one knew that, then Barkley would just be de facto guilty. But considering that these cloaks have ended up in our hands, someone's trying to pull something.
If we can draw out that someone knows about the cloaks before we ever mention them, then that would be our culprit, correct?
Or at least someone involved, yes.
But then you're withholding evidence that is likely to be crucial to the case.
No one said this was a normal trial.
Yeah, in Phoenix, right? People could just like throw evidence out there whenever they want in the trial. They're like, well, I was holding this back, but here, it's a book.
That proves that the witness was not there at this time of the crime.
Here, Gant.
Objection!
So we can't just withhold the evidence, but we can not bring it up.
And I don't know where you're going to get without bringing that evidence up, though.
Exactly, seeing as it's the basis for
that there was anyone else could have poisoned.
Because if Barkley has...
Unless you're going to pursue the line of logic that Chris tried to poison himself.
Chug.
Which is it's a very bold accusation.
And that's the only one that you can pursue without bringing up the invisibility cloaks, unless you're trying to get a guilty verdict.
What was stopping Chris from ratting Barkley out this whole time? He could have done it at any time.
I don't know, maybe he's just a decent person.
We should get the evidence put away and to figure out what I want to talk to Barkley about afterwards.
Hope Toto's not roughing him up too much.
Toto mentioned a BDSM joke and no one caught it.
Oh, I caught it.
Wait, he did?
I very much caught that.
I made a BDSM joke before I, sat down and talked to him. I said in a different situation, I might have liked to see you tied up like that, but this is not a good situation.
That was when I had my headphones off. Damn. Anyways,
I caught that. I just chose to ignore it.
so Toto's already talking to Barkley.
That's why he's not here.
That sounds right.
All right, well, we should get this evidence
Turn
moved
in.
then.
Yep. So we're gonna go to the guard station, James.
All right, same spiel. And then you see Leanne waiting for you. Right on time, Prince. I was really wanting to do the whole "you're a minute late" and then watch you suffer.
If there's anything I know how to be, it's punctual.
Ah, good. Is this all the stuff then?
Yes, and I was wondering if there was anything taken from Barkley when he was taken in that we could have a look at.
Well, there was a dagger he got from Scars, is what we figured out. He sort of decayed in his hand. There's also the dagger he had stashed in his boot. We took the talons off his bird. They seem to be good for applying poisons. And that's about it.
All right. Nothing of importance.
Nothing that would be coming up in this particular case.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinarily expected.
Well, there was that weird stuff he had on him, on his shoulder or something when we took him in.
Weird stuff on his shoulder.
He'll go in and he'll pull out a piece of fabric that seems surprisingly familiar.
How big of a piece of fabric, James?
I don't know. Did you compare it to something?
How big of a piece of fabric? I'm talking about size, motherfucker.
It's not
Square
that big.
inches.
It's not that big.
Not that big? Okay, so it's not an entire cloak.
No.
Damn. He wasn't
Looks
just
like
wearing a cloak.
Looks like a torn bit of that cloak.
On his shoulder?
Somewhere around that area. It's like it's stuck to him or something. But look at this little trick he rubs in and turns invisible. Do that what you will.
I'll do you one better. Rubs the full cloak.
Ooh, I wouldn't go showing Team Iron that. They already came around earlier asking for what was on Barkley.
That sounds about right.
I suppose we can't actually ask to see that, can we?
See what?
Take that fabric.
Yeah, you can't leave with it, but you can have it.
But
I won't be able to
we
discern
can-
it. Well,
we can see if it fits on either of the cloaks we have here.
Yeah, I was just, yeah.
He'll hand it to you.
Yeah. See if there's like a spot for it on these two, like.
Investigation.
How about I just assist Erwin with that?
Sure. Advantage plus your little investigator thing, Erwin.
Yeah, I get to use investigator.
How about I just help Erwin?
The assistant investigator.
Sorry, give me a sec. I'm
Beagle
going
Watson
to
to
investigate.
his
There
Sherlock.
it is. So D6. Okay. Yeah, we're just not gonna increase the die again. I think a D6 is fine. So investigation with advantage and an additional D6.
So that earlier tear that you were trying to match up to the fabric you found, that seems to perfectly. Oh, sorry, the 29
Yeah,
really
it's 29.
homes it in. I'm surprised you haven't made a macro for it, the little modifier, cold modifier yet.
Because I'm a
You're
dumbass,
dumb.
James.
So as he picks the gold modifier, you realize that that fabric you were given by Leanne matches perfectly to that fake tear that was made earlier.
Wait, what fake tear?
Or not fake tear. There's a tear in one of the cloaks you were given that was underneath his bed, but it didn't match up to the fabric you had. But this one does.
Oh,
Okay,
I
wait.
thought you had said that tear matched up.
No, I did.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite match up.
Okay.
Yeah, you.
Somebody said that
okay.
it did. Anyways.
Well, I suppose that means we have a whole cloak. But this also incriminates Barkley further.
How was this caught on his shoulder?
Just stuck to it. Just stuck to it like, I don't know. Fell on him, he was taking it off, and a bit of it stuck on him, or I don't know, slapped in the back of him, I don't know. Seems like kind of sticky interior, though. Not like actually sticky, like fabric can stick on you. I don't know what exact word for it.
Staticky.
Yeah, static, yeah.
Yeah, like when you don't use dryer sheets.
We only use big words here on this channel.
It sticks to you like the
James.
sticky, but not sticky.
Where is this tear in the cloak?
Like anatomically.
Like halfway, a little bit more than halfway toward the bottom. Actually, not toward the bottom, sorry. Halfway toward the top. I said that backwards.
Okay.
So like elbow.
Like elbow, like a little bit above the elbow.
Not entirely infeasible. It could have ended up there. Probably. If it was a plant. Probably. I mean, I assume they would have thought of that. Well, I think that's all we're going to be getting out of this. And also, James, just for the record.
Yeah.
The one with the hole in it, was that the one Sully was wearing?
No, I think Sully had the
Okay.
unmodified one.
Cool. So this is the one that this isn't the one that we know was in. So this was the one that was actually used for the poisoning then. I think.
You have no idea.
Wait, yeah, we have no idea. Sorry, I'm
that there are
of
3 cloaks and you have 2.
different memories. Yeah, yeah. This is the one that we got the information that there were 3 cloaks from. That's where we know there's 3 cloaks. It's from this cloak. I think. I don't know. Point is, this isn't the one that was stuffed in someone's shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's all we're gonna get from here.
All right, I'll take this, and you guys have happy hunting, and he'll just walk away.
Mm-hmm. All right. I guess now it's time to break in on Toto's little vision session.
Toto, you guys walk. Toto, you just finished up a bit with your stargazing at Barkley. What's up, Toto?
So, I'm gonna get up to go wait for the others.
All right, you see Toto. You see Toto waiting for you guys.
So,
Did you manage to get anything out of him?
well, for one, he didn't do it. And 2, he agreed that it was kind of odd the way that it was done, and it doesn't seem like it was actually intended to kill Chris, but rather just put on a show for someone. It was done in a big crowd. The poison wasn't as strong as it could have been. And somebody's definitely framing him, but he's been curious about who else could have known about him and Chris. So our new lead is that he recognized a song.
A song?
He said that when he first came here, he remembered hearing somebody play a song that he remembered hearing when he would go visit underground taverns for the Dark Tribe. Meaning whoever played that song knows about Barkley.
Meek wasn't playing day 1, was she?
Team Glass was the only one that I can actually remember playing.
Toto was
I-
playing, and you know for a fact Toto was playing. You know for a fact that Ted was.
Well,
playing.
Toto was telling a story.
Yeah, but Toto was still playing their instruments before they started the story.
Yeah, and Toto's not a dark tribe. He's never been to an underground tavern.
And-
You know it ain't him.
And you do know Meek. Meek, I didn't say it, but Meek would pull out her instrument as well. She would also have been playing, and she has been playing day one. She was playing her flute.
Yeah, no, I figured that she was. That's why I asked, because I was like, I don't have any specific memories of that, but like,
So Barkley said that he's willing to
like
at
the
least hum the
thoughts in
song
my
so that we
head
can
right now.
recognize it.
I don't like the theories in my head right now, James.
The theories
Um,
in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Hurting your brain there, bud.
I don't like who I'm internally accusing now.
Don't accuse,
Oh.
not yet.
So now
And
we either find
did
the other
you-
cloak or we find the song. But finding the song is going to be a little harder.
well, it's actually fairly narrowed. Especially
Oh, mind
if-
you, those aren't the only four people that play music. there are a lot of
Okay.
students that play music.
There were unnamed NPCs that played music.
Okay,
I'll let you know they're not the only four people in the school that play music.
I know, but yeah,
I know you can assume it. I'm just saying.
We're just trying to
For
narrow
the sake of characters, there are more than just those four people that play music.
okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to.
I
narrow
know
the
that,
pool.
yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, but it's also, did you play music day one?
That's fair.
Because
could
Quinn
probably
can
think of a
play
few
music,
more.
but he didn't play day one.
Yeah, you could probably think of a few more, but those are the ones that stick out in your brain.
Actually, Quinn played music day one.
Oh, yeah, he
That
did.
is also true.
Ted had him play something.
I remember. That.
But we can rule out you and I, so.
Can we,
though?
Toto?
Also, did Barrett play day one? I know he has nothing to do with this, but I think he did too.
Barrett
day
wasn't
one?
in that room, and I don't
Yeah,
think
but
I
was he there day one?
Was he?
You guys
No,
knew
he was
day
not.
one?
Day one or two?
He was day 2. He was not day 1.
I don't know. Day one's pretty long. Anyways, keep going.
Yeah, day one was pretty long.
Before we go searching for a song, I'd still like to talk to him myself. But
Oh,
Did
absolutely.
did he already hum it for you, or?
I was actually going to wait for you.
Toto.
I don't know you're deaf.
I don't.
How does Toto not know
I feel like we
this?
had this conversation at Spirit Awakening.
Oh yeah, you know by now.
because I
Oh,
was
you
not.
weren't there, yeah.
I was
Toto
not
ran
there.
off. Toto ran off before you
I
like.
am still the only one. Am I literally the only one who does not know that Quinn is fucking deaf?
Yes.
Erwin
Course we would
knew
find out by this
literally
point.
session 1.
So,
No, I mean
Erwin was
I think
told
Sully-
session 1.
Sully, I think knows. Actually, Sully might not know either.
I think Erwin's the only one
A
of us
lot
that
of people
knows.
know.
But
Hold
out
on,
of this group of
hold
4,
on,
Erwin's
high
the
or
only one
low?
that does.
High or low?
Hi?
hello.
You've been living with him 6 months.
Okay, yeah. You said low?
I said low.
Yeah,
Wolf
you
said high.
Yeah, no, you know that Quinn's deaf because even if you make the argument that they never got on a topic, Barkley was not Barkley. Porter was there and he found out that Quinn was deaf, and Porter wouldn't have shut up about deaf jokes afterwards.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
okay, no, that's
Oh,
fair.
also,
it should be fairly obvious
Quinn
when you
would have
call-
had you play something for him.
When you call Quinn's name and you're like behind them and they don't turn around, it should be
Listen.
fairly obvious that
Look,
something's not right.
He doesn't
Quinn
bring
just
it
hates you.
up, but like
Quinn just hates you.
people figure out, okay?
Yeah,
Quinn
like
doesn't have object permanence. That's the solution there.
Especially
since
because if
Toto's
Erwin's
around
ever
him a
there,
lot,
you'll-
like,
especially because if Erwin's ever there and somebody calls Quinn's name when you can't see them, Erwin will make a point to tap Quinn on the shoulder if he realizes.
Erwin's a real homie.
Prince, your deafness is showing.
Quinn, you're
the
definitely
fuck up.
going. What?
Okay, so apparently I know
You
now.
crippled bitch.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Toto.
Just then say it out. No, we
No,
can
I think
reverse it.
Toto-
I'm assuming Toto will just wait.
No, guys, I think Toto had a brain fart and forgot.
All right, but
Because that sounds like something he'd do. You know?
Yeah.
Too busy
Toto
not being a
forgot.
horny bastard.
So Toto, do you ask Barkley then?
Yeah.
Did you look at that? Whole team's here now.
Yes, and other than the song thing, I have some more questions for you.
Which are we gonna go through first?
Look to Toto, like, up to your memory if you can remember the song after I interrogate him. Or if you want the time to think about it.
Well, I don't know how well he's able to hum it, but
I suppose you all will find out. Go ahead, Barkley.
Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Something like that.
yeah, that sounds like a tavern song.
Can everyone make heads or tails of that?
All right, Erwin, make me at disadvantage. Make me a history check.
Cool. I'm fine with that. Disadvantage. History. Probably not.
It sounds familiar, but that also sounds like that could be a tavern song you could have heard in like the last few years.
Toto, would you mind? Do you know how to play the lyre?
The Liar? No.
The loop.
Yeah, Toto owns a lute now.
Yeah, I own a lute now. I only
and
if you have
rock
a lute
drums.
with you, would you mind trying to play what he hummed so I can at least see a sense of it?
yeah, let me go get the lute.
All right, 20 hours later, Toto returns with the loot.
Sorry,
So
guys, my room's messy as hell.
Sorry, you can ask questions while Toto's gone.
Yeah. So I apologize for the invasion of privacy first off, but we did investigate your room.
Yeah.
Seeing as you're the prime suspect.
I mean,
but
I left the door open.
I was about to ask about that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I figured you guys can confirm your own suspicions. Rather my team know that I'm a murderer before anyone else.
You left the door open before the murder.
I figured it was going to happen.
Made a point. Kino made a very good point that you don't normally do that.
He'll pause. I had a feeling something was going to happen today.
But because you've done that, it's going to make our case harder that there may have been evidence planted against you.
I mean, the other alternative? He looks you in the eye, Aaron. Tell the two idiots to drop it, save the team and their honor, and just let me go. Pretty simple fact. Throw me on the big old pile of king bug dung, like everyone else is.
But if we let you get kicked off the island, then whoever actually did this is still here. And that's a bigger problem.
Let me ask you this. One question. If you can answer me correctly, I'll drop this whole thing. Do you know what was caught on your shoulder?
There was something on my shoulder?
There was. Do you know what it was?
He thinks about it. Maybe some of Chris's hair when he was fighting me. I don't know. Maybe I did cut him. I may have cut into his shirt a little bit. Maybe some of his shirt.
You're clearly not. You clearly didn't do this then. What was caught on your shoulder was a piece of an invisibility cloak, which was planted in your room.
You see like a bit of shock on his face. He tries to hide it, but he does look surprised by that. Huh. Well, it makes sense. Using invisibility cloaks when you're in the business I am. Makes it easier to get out, especially at night.
I would assume it would be easier to blend in at night.
Which is why if you had access to something like that, you probably wouldn't have pulled this stunt in such broad daylight.
Or maybe there was someone else. That would be a hard angle to get some poison off accurately. Maybe I had someone else helping. While I was the distraction, they poured the poison.
And if you want to plead guilty and justify the invisibility cloaks with an accomplice, who are you throwing on the chopping block with you?
It'd be no one if you guys drop it. Also, Sully, you trying to say something?
Yeah, but it's gone at this point.
Go for it.
I don't remember. It's gone from my brain now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to leave. I'm sorry, but I don't really want to leave. I don't want to leave Juno or Quinn without the full story.
Then switching from offense to defense. Suppose there was someone else that wasn't the assassin in the school. Like I told Toto, it was a very, very sloppy display in front of a lot of people. And there wasn't any backup plan, no delayed poison, no stabbing while the chaos was going on, no interference. And even then, the target being probably the most muscular person using a fair amount of poison, but from what I heard, not nearly enough to kill someone if it couldn't even kill a frail person like Juno. Imagine going against a crafter like Chris.
Which is why it doesn't check out that this was A, you're working, or B, purpose to cause anything more than a disruption. Which, to be fair, is exactly what it's causing right now.
Toto, you're back.
Yes.
Hello, I am back.
But proving that to a group of people and making a point of what that means isn't going to prove his innocence.
What are we talking about?
Just that it wasn't to his standard.
Oh, absolutely not. And I'm gonna sit down.
But that doesn't mean that's not anything we can bring up tomorrow.
Chris, tell me if this sounds right, and then I'm gonna try and replay the song.
Chris? Well, when did Chris get in here?
I mean, sorry.
Chris phases into existence.
Barkley!
Disadvantage performance.
Disadvantage?
Yep.
Oof!
Very meh.
Erwin's even more confused now.
rough.
It's not good at all. You got like the
Um,
beginning bit a little bit.
hmm.
Hey, it's really hard to play off of somebody just humming it.
I think you did your best, Toto.
Thank you,
There's
Sully.
one more thing here.
Hmm?
I suppose there's one more thing we could try with this song. If that didn't ring any bells to you, that is.
I have no idea what Toto just played.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
speaking more to Quinn, but that doesn't
Okay.
that just further proves my point.
Gwen just kind of more or less disregarded what he saw of Barkley saying that it wasn't it at all.
Yep.
Yeah, look, my excuse is that Toto hasn't actually picked up the loot in like 2 years.
You didn't touch it at all in the 2 weeks since I gave it to you.
He's had
What
it
the
in his
fuck?
room, but he hasn't actually played it.
Sir.
Would Quinn know if he's played it or not, huh?
Quinn.
Hmm?
I know this isn't exactly all encompassing, but we were both there. I know you watched him play it. We can play at least one song from that opening day, can't you?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's smart.
and it's the road I have been thinking down. I'm gonna pull out my lyre and we're gonna try to play what Ted did.
For
First day.
performance at disadvantage because you are trying to play from both memory and from just looking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And probably what does Ted play?
He plays the
Oh.
lute.
He plays the
Fiddle?
lute, so
Oh, he plays the lute too? Oh, I thought it was the fiddle.
yeah.
No.
Barrett's
I did say that,
Barrett
that was
has
an
a
accident.
violin.
Yeah.
Damn, I like that 19 on the other side. Can I have that?
You played the best you can, and you're pretty sure you're getting the strings right. But Barrett just, not Barrett. Barkley just looks and close, but no, that wasn't it.
But
Oh.
close?
Yeah, but then
You-
again, you just played sort of a normal bar tune.
you also have to realize that Barkley isn't exactly musically trained.
Okay, so maybe the song isn't exactly the number one thing to go off of.
If it's not an exact match, then we can't use that.
And it's not like I've been doing any good trying to get anything out of the cloaks.
Oh, speaking of
So-
which, I brought this up when you were out of the room, Toto. There was a bit of that one cloak. Remember the tear in it?
Yeah.
Well, we found where the tear ended up. It was on Barkley's shoulder.
So that means that the other cloak still has a rip in it.
Likely that tear's from the third cloak, meaning the one used at the incident is the one that we haven't found.
Okay. Well, we find that, but how are we going to connect the cloaks to the crime? Nobody else knows that these things have been used.
They're already
Which is why
connected to
there
the
are
crime.
the evidence. They were on Barkley's shoulder.
Barkley's shoulder. We found that scrap underneath the table, didn't we?
Well, yeah, but nobody else has seen it.
That's what presenting evidence is for, Toto. Here, we found this at the scene of the crime. Here, the guards found this on Barkley's shoulder when he was taken in.
If they want to accuse us of planting evidence, they can. But I don't think that they can prove that any more than that we can prove that Barkley's innocent.
need to find out who actually did it.
So Barkley, do you remember about a year ago? With the job you did to take out Chris's father figure, master.
Yeah.
What went wrong there?
Nothing. I killed him. We got out. It went perfectly, actually.
Okay. Then what happened immediately after?
You see his eyes just go. It's like the light leaves his eyes for a bit, and he stares down at the ground. We were celebrating. We always take some downtime after a job. Make sure any investigators, any wannabe bounty hunters or questers trying to look for some marks, they get bored and leave. It was me, Rags, and he came. He hunted us.
Who's he?
His handle, I just Night Shrieker is what he uses. He's a part of our tribe, actually. One of the leaders, one of the bigger ones. We didn't even know what was going on. We begged him to stop. We begged him just to let us go, but he kept hunting us. I think he was doing it for fun. First it was, I actually forgot his name. What did I say? Pug?
First it was Rags.
Yeah, it was Rags, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
First it was Rags. He went down quickly, screaming, bloody murder. Then we hid for a few days. We were tired, exhausted. I was out of poison. I can barely scratch him. His beast was something else. Monsters. Like a roamer, but scarier. He drugged us out into the woods. And there's a second one, second name that I forgot. What did I say?
Go for it.
Yeah. Then he pinned me to a tree, laughing behind his mask. I never thought I'd be so close to death. How cold it was. All I wanted to do was live. I begged him, he wouldn't listen. He just kept laughing. Then he realized something. He asked me my name. And when I said my handle, he just stopped laughing, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Oh, I'm after your friend instead," and killed Gopher in front of me. Then walked away, like he had never seen me before, like we were merely passing strangers. Turned out Gopher had stolen from the guild, and Night Shrieker couldn't be bothered to figure out which one of us was Gopher. So he tried to kill all three of us.
Did you take any jobs after that?
No.
So, the last thing you ever did, significantly, as a member of a dark tribe, was kill Chris's father.
Essentially, yes.
I know this is. I mean, I think we already understand you didn't make this poison. But just to clarify, you didn't bring any vials of that poison with you into the school, did you?
Gods no. Nature forbid I'd bring something like that into the school. I thought about it, but I can't stomach doing something like that anymore. I have poisons on me, but they're all... They're used to induce sleep and minor damage at best. I used some of it when Taps was going crazy, but that did little help.
So, the vials that were in that chest.
That's from my old... That's from the past.
But they were never filled with anything, or at least they haven't been for a long time.
Yeah.
Did anyone else know about your past here? Or was Chris the only one?
Chris found out on a hunch, and then he slowly got more and more confidence. He was going to expose me, then Toe stepped in, and something happened he never did, and then he was starting to get the confidence again.
Hmm. And you felt like today would be the day he finally did something about it?
Been talking off and on with him. And the last time we spoke, felt like he was finally at wit's end. Like I said, I thought something was going to happen today. Insight check from all of you.
Okay, here we go.
Insight check. Can I use my brand new ability, James?
It's that.
Can I use magnifying glass?
Ooh, that's a fancy. Let me go back to the rejected pile.
Oh, I read that earlier.
If your target is using their deception modifier or abilities that rely on lies for their battle, you may add a -5 to their roll.
All right, yeah, sure.
And if I'm using wisdom, then increase the modifiers by 3. So it would be a -8 or a -6 to my roll if he's not using deception. This is either going to go well or terrible.
Knowing us is going to go both.
You receive no such penalties, my friend.
Okay. I should roll at normal. That's an investigation. Don't ignore that. That was a good roll, too.
Damn. Only you were investigating.
Nice.
If only you were investigating.
What the fuck? You gotta coin that?
Hey, you wanna coin it?
Quinn, you're the best one to be coined.
Do we have coins?
Yes,
Yep.
we have coins.
Well-
Quinn is the best one to be coined.
You have to think that mine is potentially like a +8.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
It's gonna be 1v2.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right.
Well, do any of us know anything?
I'm ready.
Silly.
Sorry.
Yes. What do I know?
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't apply just to you. It's that you give them that negative because you're going against them.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I.
So wait, it applies to everyone?
By the wording, yeah.
Oh,
It
wow.
could be RP wise. It could be you basically assisting, saying that doesn't sound quite
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
This
that makes
part,
sense.
even
that
if
would
you
be
don't know,
really
you have an inkling that something's not right,
Okay.
or you simply are just overly questioning him. Like when he
Okay,
says
in that
no, you
case-
keep pressing him.
In that case, never mind. I may retract my coin then. I didn't realize that.
You can retract it. That's fine.
Yeah.
If we want to use a coin, we should use it on Quinn. My bad.
Yeah.
Are we using a coin on Quinn?
Are we?
I'd say so because I really want to get to the bottom of this.
That's biased. All right, Quinn.
Hi.
Erwin keeps pressing him, asking more details. Exactly what he's saying, how he found out didn't make any sense. A whim doesn't make any sense. Basically, pushing him more and more, and eventually you realize that he is holding something back. Also, Sully notices it too.
Good cop, bad cop.
But not Toto.
Or sorry, good guard, bad guard.
The good guard, bad guard.
Which of us is the bad guard?
I'm not really good at being mean, so
He's got a point.
All right, so
Not-
you be
can we
nice
just-
first.
Not be mean
Sully.
to Barkley?
Sully, you be nice first, and I'll threaten him. And I'm gonna crack my knuckles.
He just looks at you blankly.
Yeah.
listen, Barkley, we can tell you're kind of holding back information on us, and I understand, truly I do, but can you at least tell us the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Or my friend Quinn over here, he's a bit of a wild dog sometimes, and
Oh
I can't really
my
hold him
god.
back. He's going to get angry, and you know how he is when he's angry.
Quinn, if you'd like to look more intimidating instead of cracking your knuckles, maybe just start speaking in comments.
But then that would
I
be
am
You have-
confused
you have a
as to
point
why
there,
Quinn
Erwin.
is threatening Barkley at all.
You've never heard of this tactic
Sully
before?
Sully said he didn't want to be the mean one.
Sully, roll me a performance at advantage.
Oh,
This is so funny.
we can't hit crits.
For the first time all day, Toto, since you've been talking to him, you see Barkley crack the smallest smile before retracting it.
Oh god.
Hey, that
You
did
know it's
something,
too,
guys.
Sully.
Okay, I'll drop the dumb act, but, you know, we want to help you. We really do. And telling us as much information as possible, that's going to help a lot. I know it's hard coming from a life where you would be more used to closing yourself off and being a bit more exclusive with that information, but you're with us now, and we want to help each other.
You see him give like a weary smirk, and he'll like just look down away. He'll avert eye contact with you. He'll stare at like the torch at the wall. You know, I don't get one night, not a single night, ever since he hunted me. I don't hear their screams now. I used to sleep like a baby. But now, all I see is all the blood filling in my room, getting in my mouth, my eyes. I'm drowning in it. Just when I thought that I can stop, Spirit Oasis around the corner was almost getting air, getting on top of all this blood. Chris just dunked me right back down in there. Reminded me of all the sin I've committed. And then it hit me a few days ago. No one knows what happens to the people that go through the veil past our school. He'll just stop. You guys know what I'm talking about out of character.
I am well aware of what you're talking about. I'm just
Yeah.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
This man's just like, then it hit me. I could just
No one knows
end
what
it all.
happens after you flip on the parking garage. Okay.
That's it. He sort of just stops and just doesn't say anything.
So, were you going to make something happen today?
I figured it'd tear Toto up if he didn't get any answers. So I left the door open. I didn't care what he knows after I was gone. He can touch all my stuff all he wants and figure it out. You guys can figure out why I left.
Toto's gonna leave the room.
All right.
Evidently, it just so happened to be the worst day for you to do that.
It's a strange day altogether.
I would imagine so.
People asking me questions they never asked me before. Someone getting poisoned. And all before dinner. Erwin, insight.
Insight. Oh boy.
At advantage.
At advantage. Not
He
much.
said people asked him questions he was never asked before. And the only person he talked to before you guys was Toto. And Toto's been asking these questions for a while.
No, because the prosecution already talked to him.
No, they did not.
The prosecution already examined evidence.
Prosecution talked to Leanne.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Already
Yeah,
examined
I
the
got
evidence
some.
that was on Barkley. Well, at the same time... I don't know what to do with this knowledge, James.
I know what I want to ask, but
What do you say something? Do you press on that?
What exactly was he asking you about?
He looks at you. Who, Toto? No, these questions were normal. He's been asking me stuff like that since Spirit Oasis.
That's what's confusing me so much. He can have a rather one-track mind.
No, I was talking about, he thinks for a minute, Fred.
what the fuck?
And he came by?
Yeah, he said he was asking if I had the homework from last week. It said if I can borrow a book or something I had in my room, but I wasn't in the mood of letting anyone in. Wasn't really in the mood of letting anyone in until, you know. So I turned him down. Seemed a bit bummed out, but I asked him he can go talk to... Actually, go talk to you, actually. Did you not hear from him?
Not about a book.
Weird.
Why are we throwing my man Fred under the under the bus?
When did he ask you about this?
Right when I left my room. Looked like he was waiting for me or something. Sully?
Frank sus. That's all. I didn't even say that in character.
Frank. Actually, is it Frank? I think it's Frank.
I think it's Fred.
It's Fred.
It's Fred. It's
Oh,
Fred.
it's definitely
I'm
Fred. It's
carrying on the
definitely Fred.
joke that I can't remember names.
Frankie sus. Ferdinand sus. All right, keep going.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
He was in your room this morning?
He didn't get in my room.
Well,
He was trying to get into the room. Oh, well, Taps let him into the dorm.
He's the one who pointed out that we should search your room. And not once when we were in there did I see him look for that book, by the way.
Weird. That doesn't make any sense.
Why did he go by that early, though?
He seemed like he was eager to get in and get that book. I don't know. It's weird that maybe he found it from someone else and he was just trying to help you guys.
But if he was looking for a book, then you suggested Irwin, then why wouldn't he have come to him?
Sounds like he knows more about this than we understand. Trying to think of it. There were a few other Team Wood members that heard me and Chris arguing. We were in the hallway after all. And Fred's room's not that far from ours.
And was there anything explicit in your arguments with Chris that they might have figured out your past?
He was calling me a dirty mutt, asking me if I killed him, but he wasn't saying that a lot. He was just trying to get me to confess to something.
He was more egging you on than calling you out.
Yeah.
So, other than Chris and whatever information people could overhear from your arguments, is there anyone here that knew about you being a Dark Tribe member?
Not a single soul.
I'm gonna go see if I can find Toto.
And then we should probably see if we can find Fred.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted
Would
Toto
you look
for.
at that? All of these running around. We finally found you. As you see, Lorben and Casper, along with two other Team Iron members, and also Team Glass member Diamond and Ted walk in. Oh, sorry, and Meek.
I was wondering if Meek was there. Were you looking for us specifically, or just more here for them?
We were trying to get into Barkley's room so that we can investigate, but Taps wouldn't let us in. And then after we talked to her, or rather, these two bullied her. I don't know what you're talking about. We simply were trying to imply why we couldn't go in, and she may have had a nervous breakdown and told us that you guys were carting off evidence.
Yes, if you'd like to inspect the evidence, it's all in the guard station right now.
We'd like to also speak with the murderer. Sorry, suspect.
I won't stand in your way.
As a murderer, even though no one's died just yet.
Well, if what Chris is saying is true, he has probably killed before.
Yes, but to use it in this trial specifically is a rather inflammatory label, isn't it?
I apologize. My vocabulary wasn't as refined as it could be. The suspect in question.
There's no reason that you can't speak to him.
All right. Are you done with your little chat? Maybe you're trying to come up with some alibi, escape plan. You can't really trust the prince, you know.
I believe that he already has an alibi.
And I believe I have all the information I can get out of him at the moment.
Well then, wouldn't mind if we cut in your conversation then.
Be my guest.
Great. And he's gonna start questioning Barkley. Do you stay for that?
If no one glares at me, then why can't I stay for
I mean,
that?
Casper will glare at you, hatred in his eyes.
Casper always glares at me. Like if Meek thinks it's not okay, that's when I leave.
Meek seems a bit uncomfortable that you guys are here, but she won't glare at you or anything.
Well, I'm not sticking around. I'm going out to Toto.
Yeah, if Meek doesn't seem cool with it, then I'll go.
Right.
They weren't there for my interrogation. I don't need to be there for theirs.
Okay. So if you see he's uncomfortable, then you leave. You saying you're going too, Sully?
Yeah, I'm leaving the course.
All right, so
We
you
need to
all leave.
investigate.
Toto, where'd you run off to?
I heard them say that they dropped everything off at the guard station, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's where I'm going.
Well, you're already there. You're here. It was in this area.
Yeah, I want to go get that last piece of evidence
Okay.
that I haven't tried yet.
Which is
The piece that was on Barkley.
okay.
I can still look at that.
Yes, that counts as
Bro.
separate object.
Technically, it's the same cloak, guys.
But it's a separate piece.
When does it become a new object?
That's up to you, actually. If I can't do it, that's fine. But Toto doesn't know that.
Toto's gonna try it later.
You try, but you don't feel a connection. You feel exhausted through this already. You get the same image essentially.
So the same one when the cloaks were obtained.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then you would hear Team Iron and Team Glass and Team Gold walking in.
I'm going to hold myself back. I'm not going to do anything stupid. I'm just going to avoid them. Just skillfully avoid trying to start a fight. Because I know they're not actually doing anything that they're not supposed to be doing right now.
And look down further in the hall. Team Wood defending their murderous friend. Shall we go then? Seems like the only option. Let's not go too far now. Just because he may have done something evil, we should still think things through. I don't know what you're talking about, Ted. He definitely did it. This is what you hear as they go by.
Yep, nope, not falling for it. I ain't doing it.
All right.
I'm
Eventually,
waiting for them to go.
you will see your parties find you.
I'm guessing they went to go question him.
I have every right to.
Yeah, that's why I didn't stop them. Is there anything else that we need to do today?
We need to talk to Fred at least.
Oh, okay. Let's go talk to Fred then.
Oh no.
He went to see Barkley earlier during the day and asked for a book. And evidently Barkley referred him to me.
But he never came. So he isn't okay. This is. Okay. Well, let's go do it then.
Okay. So you guys go off. And where do you just go to his room?
Yeah. That's
assuming we know where it is. Yeah.
All right. You knock on it. You open the door. There's two other people. That are in this room. Welcome, they say in unison.
That's creepy, but okay.
Is
No,
Fred here?
Yeah, he's in his room.
Can we talk with him for a bit?
Sure.
All right, let's go knock on Fred's door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'd just like to talk to you about a few things.
Okay. He'll open the door. He'll only a quarter open the door and peer out. Like what?
Well, first off, how's your stomach feeling?
Actually, one moment. Pause. Hey, look. Before I answer the question.
Oh, my stomach. Yeah, it's good now.
Right.
Um,
And did you
That's a weird way to say that.
did you ever find that book that you asked Barkley about?
Book. Um. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Let's be one of the randoms' names. Yeah, she let me borrow it. I found it through her.
All right, guys, time to go double check that she gave him a book.
All right, you go talk to her. She's right there. I don't remember you giving you a book this morning, Fred. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
Sure. So I'm guessing by now, you know, you'd probably think it better that we discuss this not in front of everybody else.
um.
James, by the way,
Yeah.
he's got the door open like a crack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, I would like to, summon my Bone Forged and then just stick it in the crack in the door so we can't shut the door.
Oh. Yeah, we could talk about it more. Is Fred okay? And she'll like look at you guys.
Yeah, everything's fine for right now.
Why don't you guys go hang
We
out
had
in
an
the
early
common
dinner.
room?
Go eat dinner again. Second dinner.
She'll look at Fred. Fred will just like sort of nod. Okay. And then those two will leave.
Perfect. So,
Tries to
Fred,
like unwedge the door from the bone forge.
Even if you did manage to shut this door, you realize we established what the rules meant by allowed to be in here.
Oh, in that case, Sullivan's gonna teleport behind him.
Oh fuck! Is this room dark enough for that?
Yes. It's like it's torchlit rooms. They don't have lighting.
Except for the weird
So-
magic panic lighting.
Yeah, the magic panic light. Yeah. So you teleport behind. He jumps, and the door like sort of like he loses hold in the door, so it opens up a bit more. And your bone forge falls out of it, like falls to the ground, and he sort of stumbles backward into what looks to be a pile. Looks to be like a chest, and it's being stuffed with clothes.
that's a little bit odd. Were you trying to hide something there?
He starts like shoving the clothes like deep underneath it. I need perception from all of you.
Perception.
Bruh. Bruh.
Holy, what the fuck?
You know, I was gonna say I'm gonna use a thing, but if you're not gonna coin those, James, then I'm not gonna use it.
All right, Sully. As he's shoving in, you see a very familiar silver fabric being kind of very stealthily placed on top of more clothes. In
Buddy,
random.
you could have just rubbed it.
Dumbass.
Bud.
Fred, I'd be careful with that. That's an invisibility cloak, and if you rub it, it's kind of invisible. You might lose some stuff. He's going to put his hand on his shoulder. It's like, don't worry about it. Just here, watch this. He's gonna reach down and pull it out and toss it over to Erwin.
Erwin, you now have a cloak that looks very familiar.
All right, James. It's not invisible right now, meaning I can see it well.
Yep. Make that investigation.
Does it have the hole? Yeet.
Yes.
All right, cool. I also forgot to set up the global modifier.
literally a button.
I know.
It's like 3 steps.
Wait, what? Where the hell is it?
Build a modifier?
Uh,
I need
It,
to look at
it's not showing up. It's just being weird. Anyways. Oh, there it is. It's underneath there. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, you're kind of just dumb.
Look, it's just in a very different spot from everything else.
All right, so, yeah, it's the tear, and it's
So,
the mysterious tear you haven't pinpointed yet.
so, how easy do you want to make this, Fred?
Uh,
Listen, we've already been over this with Barkley, okay? You can tell us the entire truth and the whole truth. But you see my friends over there? Listen, man, he's gonna wrap an arm around him and get real close. They don't like it when you lie. They'll get really angry, and that's really scary.
persuasion at advantage,
Hell yeah.
as
Go, Sully, go.
most people on Team Wood are terrified of Irwin. Not because he's a crafter, because they've seen Irwin kill.
They've actually seen Erwin kill, so he's scaly.
You see his eyes sort of linger at you. The second most terrifying person, Sully, then back to Irwin. You see like just tears in his eyes. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why I did it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That was easier than I expected.
Okay, so sit down and tell us the whole story.
But get some breaths in first. We don't want you panicking.
Why don't we start with a few simple questions? I think the easiest for you to answer would be, where did you get this cloak?
I don't remember.
That's the sus answer, James.
That's bullshit.
I'm just I'm gonna do it, yeah. And I'll do the thing too.
All right.
Magnifying glass. There's no I don't have any sort of skill modifier for that.
All right. Insight's wisdom, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Negative wisdom.
That's why I'm using it.
Yeah, can we all roll insight?
Granted,
Hey, go for it.
Yeah,
Granted-
it's like this is all.
so the real
hella stuff.
question is, James, do I get a -6?
Congratulations, you got a -6.
Yep, cool.
Why are we rolling like gods all of a sudden?
Irwin, you're just confused because you're looking for a liar, but it just confuses you more because you can't see through it, and you're maybe overthinking. Everyone else doesn't appear to be lying.
You don't remember where you got it, okay? Were you the one to actually pour the poison?
Yes.
Who
So
told you to do it?
I don't remember.
what was the last thing you remember before having the cloak and knowing your instructions?
It was a normal day. We were finishing up dinner. I went to go. I went for a walk. I met someone, and then I woke up.
How long ago was this?
Yesterday night.
And you woke up this morning?
Yeah, just like a normal day. But then I had like this weird feeling.
And you went
Where
to
were you on your
see
walk?
Barkley?
On my walk, I was going past the cafeteria. I was exploring the new sections of the school. People said there's cool stuff over there.
Mm.
There's not many people who actually go over there, is there?
Question. Sorry, what was your question, Arwen?
It was, and then he went to see Barkley.
Yeah, I had this weird feeling like that I needed
I needed to get into Barkley's room. I needed to get into Barkley's room and put those cloaks in there.
So you're saying the cloaks are planted?
I believe we knew that already. But they were planted by you.
Yes, that's why I faked the stomach ache and drank the candy root, and I had you guys open up Barkley's door because I needed permission to get inside, because I needed to put the cloaks in his room. I needed to hide the cloaks in his room. And then when I did, when you guys weren't looking, when you were looking for a secret something, it felt better. It was gone. I was free.
Why did you keep the third cloak on you then?
I didn't know what to do with it. I was compelled to do something else, and then I didn't know what to do with it afterwards. I knew that if you guys found it, you'd think I did it. I panicked.
However, technically speaking, you did do it.
Yes.
But it sounds to me like you were manipulated.
I had another thing was forced to. When I saw the fight break out, I felt like a burning in my chest. It was telling me to put on the cloak. I did, and then the cloak. She shows like he like opens up a slit of it. And you see like a hidden pocket. It had something in it. I pulled it out, and it told me to pour on the food. And then I felt better afterwards, and I panicked and I ran away.
James, what is he wearing?
What is he wearing?
Yeah, what's Fred wearing?
His school uniform.
Okay.
I figured it was going to be typical school uniform, so you couldn't rule it out.
Just trying to figure out if it was him that was actually swiping the cloak under his shirt.
That would make the most sense, considering he stashed them.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure.
Was
Well-
there anyone you remember seeing on your walk before your memory went blank?
A few people. He'll list people off. A bunch of random students, and on top of that, he mentioned that he saw Meek. He saw Chris. He saw Becky. He saw Diamond. And he saw Casper.
And who was the last person that you saw on your walk?
Casper?
Well, shit, that doesn't help us.
We can't go asking Casper about you. Fuck.
We can't just go willy-nilly throwing the blame on Team Iron. Too many people trust them.
No, it's not that. He won't give us a straight answer, even if he does know the truth. So he's the most likely to see who ran into. Before that, then.
Before?
Who was before Caspar?
Chris? He was heading in the same direction as me. No, he was heading back.
He was heading from the direction you were going towards.
Yeah.
It's probably a dead lead, but we could ask him.
Suppose it can't hurt.
Granted, we should still make sure we cover everything here.
I'm going to get expelled, aren't I? It's over.
I don't know. The thing is that you were magically compelled to do it.
Who's gonna
So-
believe that? Who's gonna believe I
Well-
was magically compelled to do anything?
That's right.
If
don't
we can
have
find
any...
whoever compelled you, then that's when we start having a chance.
So it's just not over yet.
Who's going to believe that I was magically compelled by someone I can't remember to masterfully plant evidence and poison? I poisoned your sister. I'm so sorry.
I don't like the idea of bothering him again, but would Rufus be able to, I don't know, testify that that sort of thing is possible? The whole memory erasure and...
I was going to ask Kino about it.
That sort of thing is likely to be possible. I'm fairly certain of that. Almost anything is possible with magic. But it's whether somebody was able to actually pull it off. And if they were...
Yeah, I'm going to go talk to Kino.
Alright. Quinn leaves to go talk to Kino. Any more questioning?
So you
Your
couldn't
Honor?
name where you got these cloaks from, right?
Let's let Sully. What did you gonna say, Sully?
I was gonna make a joke like, Your Honor, I have no more questions for the witness.
So you're not sure you got the cloaks from?
Like, you couldn't name where you got these cloaks from.
No, I woke up with them on my bed. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I was too scared to ask my roommates. Maybe they saw me come back with someone.
No, if they were this thorough, it's likely that
Nobody would have returned with you. Nobody would want to be seen with you. Are these the clothes that you were wearing? What were you wearing on your walk?
Um, uh, my uniform. I don't really change clothes much.
Can I see what? Can I see it? Or, just touch it.
Sure, he'll let you touch his uniform.
All right, James. I want its memory of when that vial was placed in the pocket.
Of the so you're touching the cloak?
that was the pocket of the cloak.
Yeah, let's walk out the cloak.
Oh,
Which
the pocket of the cloak. I
You've
can't touch
already
the cloak again.
yes, yeah, which you've according to the laws of aviation.
I should not
And
be
the
able
bee's
to.
not able to fly.
Yeah, you should not be able
According
to.
to the known laws of aviation.
You cannot segment. You cannot cut off pieces of something so you can continuously spam relic.
So no, I want the memory from his clothes of when they touched the cloak. Like when they first touched the cloaks.
Okay. History.
Because that might give me who handed it to them.
All right, I'm coining.
I knew it.
That's how you know you have a
God
good
damn.
Oh
I got
fuck!
better.
Hey!
That's the first time you've corned me and I've gotten better. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy.
You get a memory of. It looks to be some type of bar, and then you see sort of like a solo. You see it sort of like again like it's a very narrowed view, but you can hear the sound of people drinking, and you can see like wooden floors, and he's sitting at a table, and you see like there's a drink in front of him. He actually spills a little bit on his shirt, and then it's almost pushed into his chest, touching the clothes when you see the cloaks, and he grabs them.
Okay, do I hear or see anybody?
You don't hear anything. Or hear it, so you don't hear anyone. You don't hear anyone talking to him when that happens. Just
But
a
do I
push.
see any?
No.
I don't see anyone, but do I see anything like nothing recognizable to be able to pinpoint?
He was at a bar
Yeah, I mean he was at a bar. That's the best that.
last night.
Yeah.
Guys, he was at a bar last night.
Can't tell if you have a clue or are you just repeating Garrett.
Which means you go to the bar and ask who he was seen with.
Hell yeah.
Did I just have to spell that out for Wolf?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
It sounds
You
like
will
I
never
did.
know.
Dear
think
viewers,
we all
leave a
do.
comment saying whether I had to spell that out for her.
Leave a comment of did Wolf piece that
You
together,
know-
or did Rebel have to help Wolf?
Anyway. Can I tell at least where he had gone to sit? Like, can I see anything recognizable of like where he was sitting? Because if we have to get that specific, I want to get as specific as fucking possible.
Corner of the table.
Just-
I would say that you do hear muffled voices, but they're not very clear, seeing that you're trying to reach the memories of Fabric.
Yeah, believe it or not, Fabric has shitty memory. Unless it's memory
No
foam.
way, really?
This is memory foam that remembers everything perfectly.
Memory foam is a relic's best friend.
You can make out there are two figures in the radius that you can see. You can't make out the gender or make out the voices, but they're Tasupi figures, one pushing the cloaks into them, and you have an idea what the table look like.
Got it. Alright, I'm gonna come out of it and I'm gonna look to Erwin. Do you know where the bar is?
The one who does left the room.
Yep, the one
I-
who does left the room, but I'm looking to Erwin.
Can't say I'm surprised that we have a bar, but I've never been.
Fred, do you know the bar? Where
There's
that
a
is?
bar in the school?
Okay.
Wait, now that you
Question
think
answered.
about it, Chris he smelled like booze when he walked by me.
Do you remember where you were walking to then?
Yeah.
Did Quinn tell us where he was going?
He
Kino.
went to go talk to Kino.
Yeah. I know that out of character, but did he tell us in
Yeah,
character?
Quinn said that.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna
Yeah,
talk.
he said it in character.
All right. Cool. Well, I think that's where we're going to be taking an excursion then. James, how late is it getting?
It is getting, because we had dinner already. We're looking around like 8:30.
Okay.
Actually, about 8:39, almost 9.
We got a bit of time then still.
Yeah, we still got a little time.
All right. So you go off, and Quinn, you go back to the room. You don't have to knock anymore. You can just open the door and see if it's unlocked because you've been invited. Actually, you haven't been. Yeah, you've been invited in.
No, I was
Out of
actually
respect, I'd still knock.
sorry. I would also knock just to like
Yeah.
poke my head in. Essentially, I don't know where they're at, but like just to tell Quinn that we're going to the bar.
Yeah. So before that happens, you go and knock. Taps open the door, and then Taps will just like cower. I'm sorry, I told them. Please don't hurt me.
Told them what?
Told them that you guys took the evidence and put it somewhere.
That's nothing to be ashamed of, Taps.
That you wouldn't stop talking, and the way Casper talks, it's kind of mysterious and cute, but also
Hey,
really
hey.
scary. And then Lorben just looks creepy.
I didn't like the cute part of that. But the evidence is public knowledge for something like, especially since they're prosecuting Barkley. It only makes sense that they should know what's available.
Oh, okay, so you're not mad at me?
No, I'm not mad at you.
Okay, because
There
Kino's
he is.
mad that I woke her up.
And Kino's about to be mad at me for waking her up again.
Oh, I'm just gonna. She runs into her room.
Mm-hmm.
You knock on the door.
Right. Time for me to knock on Kino's door.
Never thought you
Except I'm
felt.
gonna,
What?
I'm gonna say that it's Quinn so that she knows she wants to respond. She has to magic it.
You feel a cold chill go up your spine, and you hear in your head, you know, I haven't gotten my normal amount of sleep today because people keep going in and out and in and out and in and out.
And I promise this will be the last time tonight.
She opens the door, and like a sloth is just crawling on the floor. Like this, like she's like sliding across a blanket. What do you want?
I just want to know, is it possible to um, magically wipe a portion of someone's memory and during that lost hour, um, compel them to do something after they wake up the next morning?
Of course.
Um, Follow-up question. Do you happen to know of anyone specifically here that has the potential to be able to do that?
Everyone here is so weak. I say you've seen them big people. They all like to use their magic in such tiring ways, fighting, throwing things. I don't see anyone with the patience to be so crafty. Plus, I don't think anyone's skilled enough that isn't a professor to use that type of soul magic.
Then, if you had to pick someone at this school, whether they've displayed the ability to or not, that may have the potential that they've been hiding, or something, to do something like that, who would it be?
Potential to compel means you have to be pretty iron-willed, very silver tongue. You are on that list. Meek, Casper, Orban. Who else? Hold
I feel like you're just listing members of politics class.
Pretty much everyone there has a good list. Hell, Scars, Ted, they all have that aptitude. They're hiding something. Even
Sorry, did you just say scars?
Yeah, I stopped on that for a second.
Silver tongued.
And immediately, your testimony was thrown out.
immediately was thrown out.
You know, I'm sorry, I can't accept that. You said Scars had the potential.
Scars does a really good job faking things. He also doesn't back down from anything. He can if he had the ability to use soul magic, but I doubt someone that dumb does. He would be very good at manipulating minds. When you're taking over someone's mind, you need to be dominant in the entire process. You can't show any faults or any weakness, or they'll take back over and regain what's theirs.
I think that's all the questions I have then. If you don't know anyone specifically that can do it, short list of candidates is very helpful. Thank you.
I don't. From the four of them, Meek, Ted, Lorben, and Casper, I don't think most of them have the magic to do so, but then again, I don't know all of their magic. They're very secretive in fighting. Or rather, they don't fight that much.
Is Lorben in combat? Because I don't have notes on his magic style, but I feel like it's come up before.
Mm-hmm. When he bashed your head into the table, you mean?
Bashed your head into the table and nearly killed you.
1 sec. Bashed my head into the.
Using wind.
Using wind propel.
Yeah.
That was propel?
Yeah.
How did you not know that?
Fuck. That's what I heard. How did that
combat-
not kill me, James?
Because Toto literally took like all the damage, I think.
Most of it.
Yeah,
for the
Kotal
first, like all of it for the
Kotal
first
got
hit.
in the way and blocked the first part of it, and then you just took the second.
Okay.
You would have died. Literally, Kotal absorbed like majority of that for you. You would have died. Combat classes: Casper, Sylvia, Clara, Finn, Chris, Becky, Court, Diamond, Kino, Taps, Porter, Barkley, V, Carter, Scars and his twins, and yeah,
Not Lorben.
not Lorben.
Yeah. Okay, that's why I didn't have anything on him. It still just said blonde bowl cut, Mr. Introduction.
Lorben is in politics, enchanting, and history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I have him written in. I don't know why I asked if he was in combat when I clearly have.
All right,
in my
at
notes
that
he's
point,
not in
Erwin, you
combat.
peek your head in and you see the conversation. I don't strangle Rebel.
We may have a lead. We're going to the bar.
Good.
I'll
Take this one
I'll go with
you.
you. I have a couple other leads as well, but probably nothing as major as the bar.
Kino shrinks back into the darkness.
All right, we'll let Kino go.
All right. You guys go over to the bar.
Who's
Because-
Zibar?
And you'll see Leanne's still there.
Of course he is.
He's talking to Stephanie and Ian. And then you also see there is a note. You see Becky. You see Finn. And then you see
Did
Court.
everyone except for us know that there's a bar?
Yeah,
Well,
I feel kind of left out of the loop
the
here.
people I've listed are people that have been known to explore the school, whether before or after hours.
That's
or their
fair.
professors.
Is Chris here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
He's
Because
still
you
here?
didn't list him,
Okay.
but I know he was here earlier, and I
Assume he's still here.
no I might want to speak to him. So
Okay.
He's sitting by himself right now. Court's having a chat with Finn, and yeah.
Man, I really wish I had known about this place. It seems pretty nice.
Try not to
I'm
chase
going to
off
go
the regulars, Toto.
I'm gonna go ask Court something real quick.
You
I'll let you investigate.
yeah, you do that. Bartender's our best bet.
Assuming they don't have too many people who take shifts, they likely were here last night.
Excellent. Let's go ask them then.
All right. You guys go there. Oh, sorry to you guys. Yeah.
Oh, hi. We were wondering if you had seen, if you remember this kid from last night. And I'm gonna describe Fred.
he's literally with us, isn't he?
He's with us. Yeah.
Oh, he's with us? Yeah,
Point
I'm gonna,
to
like,
him.
gesture to him.
You mean
This
the
kid.
boring wallpaper? A dozen students come here looking with the exact same get up on, kid. You gotta, you can't really judge me for it. A lot of you come running in and out of here, especially
Okay.
him. He looks so boring.
Well, can I look around the bar real quick to see if I can recognize maybe where that table was?
Yeah, it's you see it's where Quinn's currently walking up to. Finn sorry, it's right next to it. It's basically the table you're looking at, Chris sitting down, and right next to it is where Court and Finn are at.
Yeah, that table. He was sitting over at that table, probably with somebody else carrying a bunch of cloaks.
Bunch of cloaks. I mean, yes, there's a lot of people sitting at tables. It's mainly that girl over there talking with a bunch of people. Cloaks, though, I didn't see any cloaks. I saw people pass stuff around. I don't really pay attention. I make drinks.
Right.
Then could you tell us, was somebody else here last night then?
A lot of people are. Second years come down here.
Somebody else here.
The one moping in the corner right now you just pointed to. That girl. And of course the regulars over there. She points to Leanne.
I doubt we'll be able to get anything out of him.
Yeah, but he might also be the only one to, really see anything. I'm afraid of confronting Chris right now.
All right, cutting away. Quinn, you walk up to Court, and what you hear is, I don't know what to do anymore. And he sort of stops when he sees you, and Finn sort of trails off, as like it looks like Court's like comforting him.
Finn, how are you holding up?
I'm fine. Just thinking about our next steps when it comes to Juno.
I understand that.
Yeah, not actually how you're doing, but you seem to be enough energy to go on a whole witch hunt.
If I focus on this, then I'm not stuck sitting around thinking about how she's doing right now.
I guess you and I are different. When serious problems on my plate, I have to think about it because I need to solve as quickly as possible.
And I suppose I'm also trying to solve it, but
I don't understand.
actually solve.
He holds his tongue. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna walk for a bit. I'll talk to you later, Court. Thanks for everything, like usual. She'll smile and nod. And he'll just like avoid eye contact with you and leave.
Court, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Symbols mode. Yeah, what's up?
Symbols mode. First off, do you remember the song that Ted played for us on the first day of school?
Yeah.
I don't know if you play any instruments, but could you recreate it or something?
You see her like think about it for a minute, and then she'll start tapping. And it used to get dun 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 dun, and it's not. It almost sounds like it was, but it's not quite. Actually,
all right.
yeah, it's not quite what you think it is.
Okay, that unrelated question, but also about Ted. What kind of magic does he use?
She thinks
'Cause I've
about
never
it.
seen him do anything.
She thinks about it for a minute. Now that you think about it, I don't really know. I think it might be comments, but it also might be a tune. He doesn't like showing off his magic. He doesn't like to fight much. He sort of just bosses me and Diamond around. She'll smile. And he comes up with good plans, so we usually don't have to fight much.
Less about the style then, but what does he do in combat? I can propel people. Kino summons spirits. Does he just boss you two around?
For the most part, he helps us hit things. I guess he points things out easier. I don't know, fighting's just a lot easier when he's around. But I don't really focus on his fighting. I think he's using mana, and whenever he gets confronted with something, he has a sword.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not so helpful. I never really thought about it. You know, don't really think about fighting unless I'm training.
No, I never thought about it either, but partly because fighting doesn't come up for me a lot here.
Tell you what, I'll ask him later when I get the chance if I remember.
I'd appreciate that.
No problem. How are you doing?
The investigation's going well.
She'll put her hand on your shoulder, and then she'll sign. How are you doing?
I just want to figure out who did this. So I'm trying not to think about her right now.
It's okay if you want to talk about it, get sad for a little bit. I'm really good at listening. It's kind of what I'm really good at. Seeing, she like points to her throat.
Makes sense. There's a chance we can save her.
Yeah, Finn
But
was talking about that.
It's only a chance, and attempting it right now would mean probably missing the trial and not having time to investigate. And
I get it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You care about your sister, but you're still part of a team. You have to look out for your team members, right?
it's more that if Barkley isn't the guilty one, then I can't let the person who actually did it stay here. Regardless of whether they're my friend, regardless of whether it happens to have been Barkley.
You trying to tell me you're not doing this because you don't care about Barkley?
I'm trying to explain that I'm doing this because I care about Juno, not because I care about Barkley, or that I'm trying to defend my glorious team leader or anything.
I'm not asking you, are you defending Team Wood? I'm asking you, do you care about someone you've been talking to for 3 months? Someone that's been helping you through all the chaos? Someone that's always been there? I've heard the stories he tells about you. You guys haven't really had it easy since the beginning. It's okay if you care about someone. I'm not like the others, Ted and Diamond and the other people in Glass. I understand that things are more complicated.
Court, how do you not get bogged down by hearing everyone else dealing with their shit?
Well, it gets pretty quiet when you can't speak. So having a voice makes it better. And when you hear everyone else and how bad they can have it, I guess it reminds you that we're just human. It makes things a bit better. And helping makes me feel good. Listening, being something, a wall to bounce off ideas. I like to think that I help a little bit. It makes me happy. She'll smile.
But then who helps you when you have your own stuff going on?
Well, she thinks about it. And she gives a bigger smile. Then I'll turn to all my friends, and hopefully I've made a lot of them after all this time. If I ever feel down. But I don't know, it hasn't happened yet. I'm around such amazing people, it's hard to feel down.
It's probably the most optimistic outlook anyone here has.
Yeah,
What?
keep going.
I'm so
Going.
buddy.
Look, Barkley just found that line suspicious, okay?
Yeah.
He wanted to double check that.
Yeah.
Just know that if it ever gets to be too much, I'm here for you, okay?
Of course. And just know you don't have to be a prince around me or try to be political around me. You can just talk. I'm here to listen, and I'm not here to tear you apart.
All right, well, if we're talking about that, I'm suspecting Ted.
You say that?
No. That's why I made my voice go higher there, James, so you can definitely tell it's not Quinn talking.
It's Quinn's
Not-
internal dialogue.
No.
It's
Yeah, Quinn's internal dialogue is... That sounds incestuous. I can't say that.
It's Juno. Sweet
James said it, not me.
Alabama. That's the song. Quinn was playing it. Sweet Alabama.
It's the no game, no life theme.
Yeah, there we go.
I have to get back to investigating, but thank you for answering my questions earlier.
What are friends for?
Of course.
All
I'm
right.
gonna go back to whatever the fuck Toto and Erwin are on.
Turn it over and you T-pose around Chris.
Well, I mean,
Oh, wait, sorry,
head
and
over
Sully.
there.
T-pose around Chris. Oh, sorry, you're not heading over there? Sorry, I thought you were heading over there.
No, I said I was gonna head over there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Yeah, you
not.
guys are over there now.
Oh no,
Nope.
yeah, I didn't think Toto. Toto was
Oh, Toto
probably
not?
gonna. Yeah.
No, Toto is
doesn't
not
wanna.
going anywhere near Chris.
Oh, biased.
I'm gonna
All right.
hang out with Toto.
All right. All right, Erwin, you head over to Chris.
I know you probably don't want to talk about it right now. Or to me.
Why are you defending him?
Because he didn't do it.
Let's say he didn't do it. He looks up at you. I'm not lying that he killed, at very least, one person.
I know
Someone
that.
really important.
I know you're not lying when you say that. I'm not calling you a liar.
You know why he died? Why my master had to die?
I can't say that I do.
Because he cared about people like us? He was sticking his neck out for a crafter, and he made a noble look dumb. He was the misfit trader who would hire crafters and other people, low life, low social class people, and make something out of them. And everyone hated him for it. He died because of me, because of what we are.
We can't change that, and we can't go back to... take back what he did.
Yeah, but you're defending someone who continued that cycle, that stupid cycle.
That's just because I want to know who did this.
Who do you think did it then? Why are you guys so hung up on it? Why do you think there's another avenue? There's an assassin who's really good at poisons, a poison that he's used inside my food right after I was going to expose him. What else does that point to? I heard people talking about they found more evidence, even more reason that it's him.
Juno's still alive. If they were trying to poison you with that dosage, you know what would have happened. Almost nothing. Would Barkley make that mistake?
He starts to say something, then he stops. I've tasted that bastard's poison. I'm surprised I'm still moving around.
I'm not trying to convince you to let him live or anything after this. I understand that you're upset and you are reasonably upset about him. But who I'm looking for is the culprit who poisoned Juno.
What are you gonna do? Get out of me? You think I did it?
No.
Then what do you need out of me then?
You were here last night, weren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, wait. Damn it, you were walking away from the scene. I'm a dumbass. Ah! Never mind. Everything I'm gonna say is invalid.
Okay.
Crap. I completely forgot about that point too. He very clearly stated that he was walking away from the scene.
Yeah.
But maybe somebody was following him.
Well, okay, look, I made it this far into VRP, I might as well ask. Did you so happen to see Fred, and I'll point to Fred, here last night?
Saw him walking toward the bar.
You didn't see him run into anyone?
No, but I kind of left alone after I was done my talk.
That's fair. That checks out with what we know as well. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
It's fine. He'll just go back, put his head back down.
Oh well.
All right. What does Toto and Sully do anything? Are they just waiting for conversations to wrap up?
She pointed out another girl that was there that night, right?
She pointed at Court.
Yeah, she pointed at Court.
She pointed at Court?
Yeah.
And Quinn's still over there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, let's
Considering
go.
this is like just when Quinn was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go bother them.
Alright.
But on the other side of the table, as far from Chris as I could possibly be.
They're not at the same table.
They're close.
Yeah,
though.
but they're at the table next to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After your conversation finishes, Quinn, you see Toto and Sully walk up.
Hey, Court, Quinn, excellent. We
Court
heard that
will
you were here last night.
Court will nod.
Do you see Fred over there? Because I'm assuming he went with Erwin.
Oh, I assumed he went with you.
Who knows?
I assume
Wherever
that
Fred may
if
be.
no one went to go talk to Chris, Fred didn't have the fucking balls
Fred
to
stopped
walk
existing.
over and talk to him.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's with you guys.
Yeah, so you see Fred here?
She'll nod. She'll wave
Did
at
you
Fred. Fred will
see
wave back.
him last night?
She'll nod.
Did you see who he was with last night?
She'll think about it for a minute. And she'll say, she'll make a name out of ice, Casper. And then she'll point to herself. And then she'll make a water wave that says Ted.
So, who was sitting down with him over at that table that Chris is currently at?
She'll think about it for a bit more. She'll shrug. And she'll make a table out of ice, then a little pond out of ice, and then put them down and push it away from herself. Quinn can come in and translate.
Yeah, I was like, Court, can you just sign it and I'll speak it to them?
Oh, he was kind of drunk and alone. After he got done talking to me for a bit, and then he was talking to, I think he talked to Casper after Ted or before Ted, and then he sort of sat there alone drunk.
I'll repeat that to them.
So we've narrowed it down to 2 people.
Let me check something in my notes real quick.
And I don't like either option.
Did Ted do something? You guys are asking a lot of questions about him.
This is towards you, Gwen.
We don't know anything right now for sure, but we have a short list of potential people at the moment.
She looks kind of horrified by that.
Ted wouldn't do something like that. He's the nicest guy, one of the nicest people I know.
That's what I think so too, which is why I hate to have him so high on the suspect list.
Huh. I mean, I can't say that you can rule him out, but I don't remember him doing something weird yesterday, and during the attack he was with us, sitting down at the table like normal.
Exactly. And the problem is that Fred here doesn't remember anything from last night.
Well, he was drinking a lot.
But from before he started drinking, before he even arrived at the bar.
And
So
she'll look.
That's really weird.
did he walk in with anyone?
No, he walked in by himself. He looked kind of scared, I think, or nervous. I was talking to him, and he sort of looks at Fred. I was talking to him, and then when we were done talking, he got some drinks.
Can I roll insight on that, James?
Sure.
I love Court to death, but damn.
She seemed like she was holding. She was about to say something, but stopped herself.
Would you mind sharing what you talked about? That might help jog his memory.
She sort of looks down and looks back at Fred. And then she was like right in water. Are you sure? Yeah, I don't remember anything, honestly. He was talking about. He was asking for advice on how do you stand up and do something that you know is wrong, but will help people in the long run.
Who arrived around, like, between Chris leaving and Fred arriving, or soon after Fred arrived?
I think, well, Diamond came for a bit, then she left. Fielda came in. There was Finn for a little bit. But no one in particular I can think of, just a normal amount of people.
But the question is times that they arrived at.
No, she'll give a she'll give a timeline. Essentially, he came in after Chris left, and at that point, only person that
No
came
one arrived between Chris leaving and Fred arriving?
yeah, pretty much. Except for Casper came in a little bit before Fred came in.
When did Ted arrive at all of this?
She'll say that Ted was here like a bit before Chris, like when Chris came, essentially.
So Ted was here for a while.
Wait. Okay.
Because Chris left by the time that Fred got here.
Yeah, so Ted was here forever.
And if we're going off of a song as well, Casper and Ted both play the same instrument since James has retconned it and Ted plays the lute.
I said guitar.
Fuck. What?
I said, did I say guitar? I'm asking you.
You said
I never
fiddle.
said fiddle. I
No,
never
he
in
never
God's
said
name
fiddle.
said fiddle.
He never said
I
fiddle.
didn't know guitars existed in this universe until the
we literally had an
conversation
entire-
about Pete.
Yes, guitars are a medieval instrument. They're not like a modern day instrument.
Like the electric guitar is, but
Guitars
a normal
are old,
acoustic
though.
guitar, a normal acoustic is probably really old.
Not medieval, but it's not a recent invention.
So Casper arrived, then Fred arrived, and he sat down with you, I assume?
Yeah. He wanted to get that off his chest, said that he heard something and wanted to do something to help his team.
And
I'm gonna
then
look at
afterwards,
Fred looks nervous.
And then afterwards, he got a drink and went to the corner.
Well, he talked to Casper for a bit, Ted for a bit, and then he got a drink. Well, he was drinking in between all of it, really, but he didn't start like drinking a lot until he got by himself.
And if both of them witnessed him drinking, then that can justify the memory loss.
But we still need the compulsion.
I think the compulsion happened before he arrived at the bar.
He was handed the cloaks here at the bar, though. So he met with someone that passed him the cloaks here. Whether the compulsion happened before the bar
He was
or not doesn't matter. He was here when the cloaks were passed.
Cord, are you sure he didn't sit with anyone else while he was here? Or did you leave before he left?
I don't remember him sitting with anyone else. But I kind of got busy because other people were talking to me, so I may have missed it. I'm sorry if I'm not so helpful.
Did you happen to see either Ted or Casper maybe make an odd gesture of like passing something over or I don't know, offering him something?
I mean, I think Casper got a little close to him. He was saying something. I don't remember. I don't think it was anything like passing anything off. Again, I was talking to people for most of the night, so I wasn't really focusing on anyone in particular.
I honestly don't think it was Casper. I mean, like, as much as I hate Team Iron and want to throw somebody from Team Iron under the bus, I honestly don't think they would have. Fuck.
Hmm. When Fred arrived, did anything seem odd about him?
Besides him being really scared and acting like he was going to do something crazy?
Yeah, I suppose besides that.
No.
And did he physically look any different when he left compared to when he arrived?
I mean, he probably looked a little more full. He was drinking a lot. His stomach might have been out a bit more.
I think this checks out so far. And since court noticed it, then that means we have a witness testimony that we can pull up.
We just don't have the actual. Okay, so Fred overheard Barkley and Chris, probably. And he figured out that Barkley was Dark Tribe. Maybe he thought that getting rid of him was going to help everybody in the long run.
Are you saying this in character?
Yeah.
I would never do something like that.
But I believe a compulsion would probably build upon inner thoughts you already have.
That's what
mean-
I would suspect too. So, I mean,
It just gives it more solid ground to stand on.
so you were still compulsed to do it. That's still the defense. It doesn't necessarily mean complete expulsion, but I do think that the thought was already there. So you might have overheard Chris and Barkley.
I mean, I did overhear them talking. I heard you arguing. I know he was Dark Tribe before, but I didn't tell anyone. I wasn't gonna. I mean, I may have thought about it but I wasn't gonna do any. I wasn't gonna do anything.
Wait, you thought about it?
It's just
When did
brief.
you overhear us?
An Oasis day. You guys were in the hallway arguing, and then Chris was there before, and then Chris has been arguing with him for a while, and I kind of pieced it together. I didn't know the exact details, but I figured Barkley did something really bad, like kill someone.
So any time between then and yesterday, somebody... I mean, we already know that... is reading thoughts possible? Just casually?
Are you addressing this too?
Did you ask that in character?
Yeah.
He's openly addressing that?
Probably.
I mean, I'm not, like, blurting it out, but I am, like, saying it to the group that we're with right now.
Toto, I'll let you know based on my experience over Oasis Day, that's probably a definite possibility.
In between Casper and Ted, who's more likely to be able to do that?
In my opinion, Ted.
You can see
But
Court tense up at that.
You okay,
but
Cole?
I don't have any solid evidence on it.
I mean, she'll just nod at you, cause you can't speak symbols. She'll just actually get up and sign to you, Quinn. You do what you need to do, but I can't sit here and hear you say things like that about someone I care about. And she'll just like walk off.
Can't... I really hate to say it, but if Ted did this, we can't let her warn him.
Toto, can we just call it for the night?
Yeah, we can call it for the night.
All right.
We have 2 suspects. I don't want to narrow it down anymore right now.
Are you doing okay, Quinn?
Sure. I'm gonna walk out of the bar, James.
All right. You go. And does anyone else do anything for us tonight?
I'm gonna spend some time in the music room, but that's it.
All right.
Yeah, Toto's gonna stay up and practice his lute because he hasn't played it in quite a while. But he's just gonna be sitting in his room doing it. Just to kind of calm down.
What would Soli do?
Sullivan. Noah.
Okay.
Noah is dead.
All right. What is Quinn doing?
I said I'm music room to play and
Sorry, I said
contemplate
Quinn.
the
I meant
case.
Erwin. Erwin, what are you doing?
Yeah, I figured you probably meant Erwin.
All right. So I have a question to the group then. Did anyone address Erwin before they left, or did they just fucking leave?
No, Toto would have told Erwin. Toto would have told Erwin.
Yeah. All right, Erwin. So are you there? He's not there. All right, go ahead, Toto.
Just, like, are you just saying that you left, that you're leaving?
And Toto's gonna walk by. Erwin, we're kind of done for the night.
Is that so?
We've narrowed it down to 2 people, and neither of them are the best prospects, but I don't think one can take much more tonight.
Well, then at the very least, if you've narrowed it down to people, then you have enough evidence to bring it up tomorrow. Remember, though, we can't rely on your Pathfinder. We can't rely on everything that you saw.
I know. We're not going to unless absolutely necessary.
All right. Erwin, what are you doing?
Finn ran off a while ago.
Yeah.
I think I noticed that. Let's go see if I can put my head together with his and try and find an idea with the last bit of time we have before bed.
About the cure or about
The cure.
the trial? Okay.
I'm not gonna ask him about the trial.
Anything in particular you're asking? Or you're just trying to figure out what to do.
No, we're just trying to figure out. I'm trying to help him figure out, get a plan.
Okay. You think you're coming up with something, but you make some headway, but not much because you're probably very tired. But you
Oh,
do
yeah.
make some progress. Last chance, Sully, are you here? All right. Okay. And the day goes. Next day. Believe we said evening.
I believe so because we still have classes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna go through the day, unless you guys want to do something between classes until we hit trial.
I'm gonna give one last go to try and narrow down who it was, and I'm going to go to Fred.
Okay.
And I want the memory of that night while he was at the bar.
Okay. Make me a history.
This is just one last, gotta try it, you know. Alright,
If you coin, James can't coin.
that is true. If I can coin it because it kind of sucks, and I'm probably not gonna get anything out of it anyway. So let's coin this and hope I get better. I did get much better.
All right, one moment.
James is like, fuck.
At first, you just get static, white noise around him. You guys are sitting in darkness and static, and nothing's there. But then things start sparking into reality. You see him walking in, and it sort of things change. It's almost like something's fighting against your power. You see him sit down talking to the court. Then it changes. It skips forward. He's drinking. He's drinking a lot. It skips forward some more. You see him drinking and murmuring to himself, murmuring that he's going to do it, murmuring that he's going to save everyone. And then you see him. You see suddenly he has cloaks in his hands, and then he walks back by himself with the determination that no matter what he said, no matter what lies he has to tell, no matter what he has to do, he will save his own team.
Casper, then.
Something was fighting. That's nice. That's very nice, James.
It was almost like you were trying to find the path he walked down, but it was almost like he didn't remember himself. You were straight off the path, but you don't know where the real reality lies. What you saw was what he remembers, or at least the memory he has.
And there's actually nothing there of him seeing who did it or... Fuck!
Well, Court said that that after he sat down at the table, Casper might have swung by and said something to him. But that's all. So, with the information you have right now, Casper would be the likely
Yeah.
bet.
Yep. And I don't think that we can get Casper. I was kind of slightly hoping it was Ted, even though I really hate it being Team Glass. I was kind of hoping it was because they would be easier to take down than Casper of Team Iron. And if we
Agree.
if we accuse Casper, he's going to turn it into a war against Team Wood like he has been this entire time. He's going to have already been spreading rumors talking about how Team Wood is out to get Team Iron and twisting it so that it sounds like we were the ones that started this. And we're not going to be able to get it because he's going to turn it on us and everybody's going to think we're lying, planting evidence, making things up, especially since it was one of our own team members, even if it wasn't Barkley, that still poisoned Chris.
Yeah, but if it did come to the conclusion that it was Ted, Quinn would have a lot harder of a time putting up the argument.
Yeah, it's so much harder now that it's Casper.
Do you guys bring this up to the team, Toto? Do you bring this up?
Oh
with them?
yeah, I definitely bring it up to the team.
Do you invite anyone else, or is it just the party members?
Who else would I invite? Because we're the only ones on the defense team, so it would literally just be us going into fucking Taps, Kino, and Porter's room. Because they're the
You're
only
going in
people
their
I
room?
actually fucking trust.
Did you go
You
in their
don't
room?
trust Fred?
You didn't touch Fred?
What the fuck?
It's me, Fred. Don't you remember me?
God.
We've been in school together for 3 months.
I hate that so
Only
much.
3
Anyway,
months? What the fuck?
All right, more than 3 months.
is there anybody else that anybody else would like to invite once Toto starts making his rounds?
Are you? I'm asking. Are you going into Kino's house room?
I feel like they should know, but I don't trust Porter to keep his fucking mouth shut.
What's he gonna do? This is after like classes. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I guess we could go in there because they know Barkley too, so they deserve to know. They deserve to be a part of this.
Anyone else inviting anyone else? I invite Court.
I think it would be way too late for me to include him, so
Chris.
no.
Carter.
We'd have to catch Carter up to speed entirely.
You could
Oh,
catch.
fuck.
You could catch Carter up.
Yeah, what we would literally sit in there and tell them everything down, like all the evidence, everything I've gotten from Fred, everything I've gotten from my visions. They would literally be caught up with everything
Would you bring
because
Carter
they
in?
have missed quite a bit.
Yeah,
like
'cause
even Taps and them still have missed quite a bit.
if you're trying to catch them up on
Like-
everything, then I guess
Like, this is
I
our
guess Carter would be
pre-trial
good.
recap, guys. Like, summarize all of our evidence.
So you summarize everything to them. To basically the NPCs of Wood. And unless someone else speaks up first, Carter will speak up. Anyone will speak up?
Nope.
Well, then, it seems we are at not more than a fork in a road. We've been left with options. I agree with Toto that it seems too convenient that our most hated enemy is the one who is behind this. Despite their tactics, this seems very complex for Team Iron. They don't seem to be
also
this
seems-
intelligent.
It seems very aggressive for Team Iron.
I mean, it's still manipulative like you would expect from them, but I wouldn't expect them to be putting on a show like they did. Like what happened at the cafeteria. That just doesn't seem their style.
This is a far different class of trickery. Team Iron has been using the bad name of the prince and what their father does as a basis for all their arguments. That mixed in with Toto constantly causing conflict, Erwin being a crafter, and Sully's questionable tactics. He's basically throwing mud But to stage an entire poisoning and blame it on a leader, even if they had the information, that just seems very devious for them.
And even if we did have enough evidence to point directly at Casper, it just doesn't seem right that he would get that kind of information. He seems a little bit more. He seems higher on the political hierarchy than to be down somewhere like the underground. And we know that whoever has done this either A, read Fred's mind, or B, knew about Barkley before even Chris did.
It's likely. To go along with what Carter was saying with the tactics, even when they've done something, even though when they had information to do something similar, they decided to keep it more private and away from public eye. When they did this with, that's what they did with Porter, after all.
Yeah.
But we still at choices. We can do the safe. We have the safest option, which is to not bring any of this up. Convict Barkley, get him kicked out, clear the name of Wood, claiming that we did our due diligence and we decided that the murderous, and there, in rough terms, on actual thought, the murderous bastard was put to justice.
But to us, they actually wouldn't have been.
In the reality of it, we know that this has nothing to do with him.
And I'm sorry I wouldn't be able to live with myself doing that.
I don't like that option either.
The safe option, and the more realistic option, is the one that requires the least burden of proof, is convicting Fred. Based off the stories, he is a prime suspect. We can easily prove that he's the one who did it. We can still retain some of our name, and we would be taking out someone who was actually involved in the poisoning.
And there's also no way that, as much as I want to believe Fred, it's also entirely possible that he does remember everything that happened last night and he did it all himself.
Or perhaps it's a mixture of both. He had plans of doing things. He got drunk in the moment where he was deciding to go over the edge or not, doesn't remember the night, thus why you believe him, but still enacted the plan he was preparing for weeks now.
I don't know, because I've never actually tried anything on someone who got that drunk, but it definitely felt like something was fighting me getting to those memories. It was like they weren't even there at all. I could ask Stephanie, or I could try and look through the book she gave me for something, but...
Then that brings us to the hardest. Go ahead, Aaron.
It is just going to be very hard to get beyond the fact that Fred is guilty. Most of the evidence relies on you being a pathfinder.
Or knowing exactly who manipulated him and proving that they have the ability to do so.
Well, we can prove that Fred did it because he, A, admitted to planning the cloaks in the first place. He had the last missing cloak.
Yes, that's our point, is we can prove that Fred did it.
Yeah.
Proving that he was manipulated, which is the hardest road we can travel on. Majority of that evidence comes from Toto's powers, and even if we can't convince people that Toto is a pathfinder, say we get Stephanie on the stand and she admits to it, there's still going to be the whole only you saw it. And you don't exactly have a good name amongst Team Iron, and your name has been deteriorating. I've been listening yesterday amongst Team Gold and Team Glass, as they do not like you supporting someone who is right now seen as a very clear killer or attempted murderer.
And I don't know if I feel right convicting Fred without knowing for absolute certain that neither Ted nor Casper had anything to actually do with it.
I'm not saying you feel good about it. I'm saying it's more of just, what shield do you want to die on? We can try to defend Fred and keep him here, but then thus putting ourselves under hellfire and potentially losing all respect we have, and Fred ends up still leaving at the end of it. Or we let him go and we regroup. We accept that we've lost this battle.
That's a much more realistic answer, and at the end of the day, we can't. Even with your powers, we can't prove that Fred didn't have these intentions. From what you were saying about what Quartz said last night, at least, it very well seems that Fred knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly that he was going to be kicking Barkley out of Team Wood.
But that it would be for our greater good.
Mm-hmm.
Stands up too. If a member of Team Wood were to rat out Barkley, or if he were to leave simply off of that event, it would be seen as a blindsiding us, that we didn't know the knowledge. It came out of nowhere, and we could easily defend that and keep our name intact.
I think what's going to happen in that trial is that Fred is going to get kicked out.
If you see an opportunity, perhaps
If I
pursue
see-
either Ted or Caspar, then I would say you should take it, but
Of course. However, if the opportunity doesn't present itself, then we do need to preserve our reputation and I don't want to kick either one of them out if there's not ample evidence. And I'm sorry, Fred, but
He's not here. He says
Fred
you
is
guys
not
didn't
here.
invite him.
and sorry, but Fred he is the one with the blood on his hands.
I have another important question. If we do pursue just convicting Fred, or if we decide to go after either Ted or Casper, what happens when the courtroom still asks to expel Barkley?
Then we ask for their reasoning.
their reasoning will be that he's an assassin. And if they ask to try that, that isn't what this trial is about. That is true.
Yeah.
The trial itself is first, we're going to have to defend Barkley. And defend, that's very easy because we have the steps to do so. We'll have to go against some of Dairy Tactics from Team Iron, most likely. And if Team Gold joins in, we'll have to deal with the popular crowd against us. But if we can shift the blame to Fred, then we can have control and we can make sure we can secure Barkley's safety. Afterwards, it will take a lot of convincing from people in politics and maybe even people outside of politics not to bring Barkley's expulsion up during other meetings.
But I should at least be able to put off that discussion until after this trial.
It would likely be
for tomorrow.
That is when the next student council meeting is.
But also, quick question,
I'm not a
guys,
fan
out
of
of character.
Yes.
Out of character, yeah.
What about Juno and, going to get the cure? Was that supposed to be done today before the trial?
No.
That's something that
no,
needs a amount of time.
That's gonna take we would be gone for literally days doing that.
Yeah. We can't start that until tomorrow morning's, like Thursday morning is the earliest, and that's only because we're able to miss Friday homeroom.
Has Sullivan returned to us?
Monday, Wednesday.
Noah just leave for the last hour of the session? Or 2 hours? I guess he did.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe he fell asleep or something. Who knows?
I have
Alright.
no idea.
Alright, let's keep going then.
What was I saying? Oh, I don't like the idea of expelling someone based on their actions before the school, or especially since it's been at this point a year since he's been active.
And especially since I'm pretty sure over half the school has something that they're hiding and would probably
Yeah.
be expelled for as well, and I don't think anybody wants their old dirty shit to get dragged up.
There are no rules at this school that say that you can't be a killer. Granted, that's why the student council would be voting it out. However, I don't know if I'm completely opposed to Barkley not being in the school anymore. I believe it's something that would have to be discussed, and you should get an opinion from him.
I think after the trial, we have a team meeting to discuss it.
It's likely we should change our leadership, no matter what
And
happens with this trial.
Can I ask that we ensure his safety after expulsion? I don't want him walking through that veil and dying.
If that's what he wants, then I won't stop him for one.
But whatever Barkley decides, that dictates how I'll represent him in student council when it comes up. I believe the only way a team can change leaders is if the leader changes teams or is expelled.
Or steps down.
Oh, steps down is an option? Okay. I didn't know that.
They can't help being voted. They can't deny being voted in, but they can step down.
Bro, okay. Imagine stepping down continuously, but then be continuously voting back in.
Which is why it's a losing battle.
Damn.
Well, I believe that we know what we're doing today, then.
Yep. Good team meeting, guys. There's 5 minutes left in the session. I don't want to start the trial now.
You start the trial right now.
Ah!
Before we end it, I do believe a lot is going to depend on if Barkley even wants to be here still. Like I said, the easiest defense would be to let the person who doesn't want to be here go. I think we should think about if we even want Barkley on our team store at this school before we move forward, because whoever's defending him is going to have to put a lot of effort to switch the blame from the popular suspect to the actual, semi-actual attempted murderer.
So, what you're saying is we talk to Barkley again, and if he wants to be expelled anyways, we take the easy way out?
Yes, we simply lie down like the dogs we are and take our beating. Let him leave, and then we decide on who this actual mastermind is, who's managed to one-up us.
I'm sorry,
And deal
but
with them outside of the trial.
that doesn't sit well with me.
Why not?
As okay as I am with Barkley being expelled from the school, I at least want someone that's actually related to this crime to be convicted here. Whether that's Fred, Ted, or Caspar, I don't care.
Here we're fighting for the truth, not for the easy way out, even if it's what Barkley wants.
I apologize. I'm simply sipping into the ways I was taught by my father. I respect your wishes, Erwin. I admire it.
Not a bad idea, but
No, you're right, it's the easiest plan. And then it would be the easiest way to resolve this whole situation. But that doesn't mean that it's...
So are we still defending Barkley or not?
We should still defend Barkley. Porter will speak
still
up.
defending Barkley.
I mean, we're Team Wood. Since when have we taken the easy way out of things?
After that, after we prove his innocence, y'all are on your own. I'm gonna have no part in expelling Barkley, and I will have no part in letting him do it on his own.
And Fred? Sorry, did you catch
That's
that?
up.
Okay.
That's up
That's-
to.
It's
the
going to be up to the evidence. If enough is presented that we can prove he was manipulated, then we can take the true culprit down. Otherwise, if there's no evidence that he was being manipulated, then there's no choice but to find him guilty.
And then with that, we will pull the camera back as the party gets ready for the trial of Barkley versus the people. Hope you guys enjoyed the session. See you next time.